City Commission Workshop of the City of Pahokee, Tuesday, June the 10th, 2025, to order at 5:05 p.m. May we please stand for the invocation provided by Commissioner Bolden, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for your grace and your mercy, for allowing us to see the light of a new day where your mercies are renewed towards us. We thank you for life, we thank you for strength, and we thank you for the love that only comes from you. I thank you, Father God, for this very day, and I pray that you continue to bless the city of Pahokee. I pray that your will be done. In Jesus' name, amen.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Babb,
Present.
Vice Mayor Calvin Williams, Commissioner Bolden,
Present.
Commissioner McPherson,
Present.
Commissioner Scott,
Present.
City Manager,
Present.
City Attorney, and City Clerk is present.
Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you, staff. Thank you, City Commissioners. And most importantly, thank our listening audience for being here to participate in our workshop of this Tuesday. The purpose of the workshop is the discussion of the audit finding and corrective action plans. And at this time, I turn this portion over to our city manager to lead us in this discussion.
Yes,
I can't hear, I'm gonna hang up, okay, I'll be there in about 2 minutes.
sounds good.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Commission. As indicated, we're a workshop to discuss the audit findings and recommendations. It's not clearly defined by title of audits, but this afternoon we're going to be looking at both the report and issuance from the Auditor General and also from the Office of Inspector General. We're going to start with, if it's okay with you, the Auditor General's audit. Just give you some background information. This year alone, the state auditor has audited 201 entities just this fiscal year since January. And the reason I'm saying is that audits are not uncommon. I think last year they ended up auditing 208, in the previous year 198. And there are several different types, entity types of audits. They audit school boards, local governments, nonprofits, state agencies, state colleges, state court systems, and state universities. And just give you an example of some of the audits that have been done already this year. Most of the universities in the state, Central Florida, Duval County School District, City of Deerfield Beach, Department of Elder Affairs, Florida A&M University, Florida Atlantic University, Florida Gulf Coast, even the Office of the even state agencies are audited. One of the ones I was going to pull up for you is South Florida Water Managers District, other water managers districts. Again, just giving you an idea that audits are not uncommon, and there are several different types. And I'm going to go over the type that the city. There's an attestation, audit reports, federal awards, financial audit, information technology audits, operational audits, quality assessment, and significant findings. The city of Pahokee participated in an operational audit, and that operational audit was for a period of October 2022 through February 2024. Again, for informational purposes, operational audits. What is an operational audit? It evaluates management's performance in establishing and maintaining internal controls, including internal controls designed to prevent and detect fraud, waste, abuse, and non-compliance, and in administering assigned responsibilities in accordance with applicable laws, rules, contracts, grant agreements, and other guidelines. The operational audits examine internal controls, including certain information technology internal controls that are designed and placed in operation to promote and encourage the achievement of management's control objectives in the categories of compliance, economic and efficient operations, reliability of financial records and reports, and safeguarding of assets, and identify weaknesses in those internal controls. Operational audits may also include comparisons of the performance of a program, activity, or function of a governmental entity to specific criteria. So by definition, this type of audit is considered a management's audit. It looks at the overall management, in our case, of the city of Pahokee, again, during the periods of October 2022 through February 2024. I provided a copy of the findings, and we'll go through. There was a total of 9 findings in this particular audit, and which each finding came recommendations for the city to establish and make corrections in these areas. And the first, and I'll go through the findings right now. Finding 1, the city lacked policies and procedures sufficient to provide reasonable assurance of compliance with grant terms and conditions, such as completion of grant deliverables, expenditure of grant monies only as specified in the grant agreement, scope of work, maintenance of grant required documentation, and proper accounting of grant funding property. So that's the first finding. And let me go over a little bit more information to kind of give you an idea, an overview of what grants they were really looking at in this particular. In July 2017, the city received a $1.2 million grant from the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity to create a state-of-the-art marina facility on the city's marina campground site located along the shores of Lake Okeechobee. In September 2018, the city received a second FDEO grant for $990,000 to complete infrastructure and enhancements at the marina campground site. In May 2021, the city received an additional grant from the Florida Department of Emergency Management, and $927,233 was used to repair 3 marina docks. In total, during the period October 2017 through January 2024, the city expended $3.1 million from the 2 FDEO grants and the FDEM grant for marina and campground improvements and repairs. And again, these are the findings that came as a result of the combination of these grants. I'm not sure if you want me to go over each finding or all of the findings and do the recommendations after each finding. Mayor and Commissioner, what's your choice?
I think we need to do both when we go over it, also do the recommendation.
Okay. Okay. So again, the first finding stipulates that grant compliance pursuant to state law, municipalities are required to implement adequate controls to provide reasonable assurance of compliance with the provisions of law, regulations, and other rules pertaining to state awards of financial assistance. As of June 2024, the city had not established formal procedures for grant administration to assure compliance with grant terms and conditions. As shown in Table 1, the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity awarded 2 grants to the city for marina and campground improvements and repairs. The recommendations suggest that the city should establish written policies and procedures for grant administration. Such policies and procedures should ensure that, 1, all grant deliverables are completed in accordance with grant terms and conditions. Number 2, grant monies are expended only for authorized purposes specified in the grant agreement. Number 3, grant required documentation such as detailed invoices, fully completed design professional certification forms, and photographs is completed and maintained to demonstrate the satisfactory completion of all grant deliverables. And number 4, under this finding, grant-funded non-expendable property as defined in the grant agreement be listed on the city's property records and annually inventoried. Finding 2, competitive procurement state law requires the solicitation of competitive bids or proposals for any municipality construction project projected to cost more than $500,000 to be publicly advertised at least once in a newspaper of general circulation where the project is located, or at least 30 days prior to the established bid opening and at least 5 days prior to any scheduled pre-bid conference. State law also states that design-build projects are subject to competitive selection requirements, and city ordinances and policies require competitive selection for purchases greater than $10,000. The recommendation coming from that finding, the city should competitively select goods and services in accordance with state law, city ordinances, and city policies and procedures. In addition, the city should promptly take action to initiate projects necessary to protect public health, safety, or welfare to avoid the emergency waiver or competitive selection. Finding 3, construction administration during the period October 2017 through January 2024, the city expended $3.2 million from the 2 FDEO grants and the FDEM grant for marina and campground improvements and repairs. To determine whether the city expended the grant monies in accordance with city ordinances, city policies and procedures, and good business practices, we examined city records supporting 26 expenditures totaling 1.9. The recommendation for that, the city should enhance controls to ensure compliance with city ordinances and proper expenditure of grant monies. Further, the city should take appropriate action to collect the $125,000 judgment and accumulated interest from the non-performing contractor. Finding 4, lease sovereign submerged lands. The city entered into a modified lease renewal with the Board of Trustees of the Internal Improvement Trust Fund of the state of Florida for a parcel of sovereign submerged lands on May 13, 2023 through May 13, 2033. State law requires the state-owned lands be managed to serve public interests by protecting and conserving land, air, water, and the state's natural resources, which contribute to the public health, welfare, and economy of the state. Accordingly, the lease terms and conditions state that the city is responsible for maintaining the lease premise in good condition, including structures and equipment located thereon, effective policies and procedures for maintaining and monitoring the state lands and the structures and equipment located thereon are essential to serve the public interest and ensure compliance with land lease conditions. The recommendation for that finding, the city should establish policies and procedures for the proper maintenance and monitoring of structures located on state leased lands. Finding number 5, marina restaurant sublease. At the October 28, 2020 meeting, the City Commission authorized the city manager to apply to the FDEP, Division of State Lands Management, to secure approval for a proposed restaurant sublease. Accordingly, in May 2022, the city entered into a sublease of submerged lands with a vendor to operate a restaurant and tiki bar at the city marina and campground for a 10-year period. According to discussions with city staff, the restaurant operated from September 2022 to October 2023. The review of city meeting minutes disclosed that on August 27, 2024, the city manager reported to the City Commission that the restaurant operator was in breach of the sublease agreement, and the City Commission formally ended the sublease agreement. The recommendation for that finding, the city should, 1, develop policies and procedures to ensure that for any future restaurant sublease agreement, the city adequately monitors compliance with key sublease terms. Number 2, the city should consult with the city attorney and take appropriate legal action against the restaurant operator for breaching the sublease agreement. And number 3, the city should increase tourism and generate revenue, initiate a comprehensive search for a qualified restaurant operator for the restaurant. Finding 6, financial audits and annual financial reports. Pursuant to state law, the city is required to obtain a financial audit of its accounts and records by an independent certified public accountant. The resulting audit report must be filed with the Auditor General's office within 45 days after delivery of the audit report to the governing body of the city, but no later than 9 months after the end of the city's fiscal year. State law also requires the city to submit a copy of its audit report and annual financial report to the Florida Department of Financial Services. That it provides that any municipality, state statute provides that any municipality revenues or total expenditures and expense in excess of $250,000 are reported on the fund financial statement is required to obtain a financial audit of its accounts and records by an independent CPA. Florida statutes report number 2025-195, page 14, April 2025, within 45 days of completion of the audit report, but no later than 9 months after the end of the fiscal year. And the recommendation for this finding, the city should enhance efforts to comply with state law and ensure that annual financial audit reports and AFRs are timely completed and filed with the Auditor General and the FDFS. Finding 7, financial statement preparation. Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA, best practices recommend that local governments prepare their annual financial statements in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles and fulfill their financial reporting responsibility by hiring, training, developing, and retaining accounting staff with the knowledge and capabilities to produce GAAP financial statements. Small governments that cannot hire someone with this expertise could hire a consultant or an accounting firm other than the independent auditor to produce GAAP financial statements and other related financial management outcomes. Recommendation The city should take appropriate actions to hire, train, develop, and retain staff with the knowledge and capability to produce GAAP financial statements, or alternatively, ensure that accounting records are properly prepared and maintained and timely made available to a contracted CPA for financial statement preparation. Finding 8, auditor selection pursuant to state law. The city is required to provide for annual financial audits. Financial audits performed by an independent CPA give assurance as to the reliability and completeness of the city's financial statements, provide a means for evaluating the effectiveness of city internal controls over financial reporting, and include a determination of the extent to which the city complied with applicable laws, contracts, grant agreements, and city ordinances, policies, and procedures, non-compliance with which could have a direct and material effect on city financial statement amounts. Consequently, it is important for the city to use an effective auditor selection process to obtain the services of a qualified auditor with the applicable skills and experiences necessary to ensure adequate and appropriate audits. Excuse me. Recommendation. For future auditor selections, the city should establish an auditor selection committee and competitively select auditors consistent with state law and city policies. Excuse me.
I got a question on that one too. I know that we 3 years behind on our annual audit, and I understand that they probably gave us a non-compliance because they were not filed timely. Since we've gotten all those audits caught up and working on the current audit, how would that affect us going forward in the future? I don't know if you can answer the question.
Yes.
Because as far as the corrective action plan, as far as their recommendation, we've already established that as far as the
Correct. Auditor selection committee. Right.
Yes.
We'll find, as we discuss this further, that we, as you indicated, this actual item has already been accomplished. So we're now in compliance with that particular finding. And we're partially in compliance with quite a few of the others. But we're gonna finish finding 9, and then we can go a little bit more into discussion on this particular one.
Okay.
Finding 9, audit fraud policy, effective policies and procedures for communicating, investigating, and reporting known or suspected fraud are essential to aid in the mitigation, detection, and prevention of fraud. Such policies and procedures educate employees about proper conduct, create an environment that deters dishonesty, and establish controls that provide reasonable assurance of having management objectives and detecting dishonest acts. Specifically, anti-fraud policies and procedures identify actions constituting fraud, require individuals to report known or suspected fraud, provide guidance for incident reporting, establish responsibility and guidance for fraud investigation, and specify consequences for fraudulent behavior. And the recommendation. The recommendation is the city should develop and implement comprehensive anti-fraud policies and procedures to aid in the mitigation, detection, and prevention of fraud. So, Mayor and Commission, those are the 9 findings as found through the operation audit of the State of Florida Auditor General's Office, along with the recommendations. And as you very well know, and I think you all received a copy of the city's response. In that response, the city embrace the audit
Which one?
and committed to addressing the audit findings and also set a plan to put in place corrections for all of the recommendations that were provided through this audit process. So that's the first audit on tonight's agenda for the workshop. And if there's any other questions relating to this particular audit, we'll walk through those, and then if time permits, hopefully we'll get a chance to go through the OIG audit as well.
Mr. Jackson, I don't see the response. What does it look like on which page? We're looking at this one, right? I don't see the response. Melanie, do you have an additional copy of it? It's the one with this in the front, saying who was the,
There's a, you got 82 of 86
Yeah.
on the second page of that.
I don't have 82 of 86. This, oh, okay, okay. Okay. Are we able to ask questions now, Mayor Bell?
Yes.
Okay, I have a question for the one he just talked about. Finding number 9, anti-fraud policy. I guess I didn't, did they say there was fraud found within the audit when they did it? I'm just asking for them to put that here, that they see fraud somewhere in the, audit. Cause the number 9, they said, create an anti-fraud policy, effective policies and procedures for communicating, investigating, and reporting known or suspected fraud. So for them to put that in there, are they saying that there was some suspected fraud that took place during this time that they audited?
No, they didn't say specifically that it was expected fraud. Investigative procedures establish responsibility and actions for investigating potential incidents of fraud. They investigated it, reporting evidence of such investigations and actions to the appropriate authorities, and protecting. These are the things that they're recommending that we have in place. Although city policies indicate that fraud could result in employee discipline or termination and include several examples of other actions that could result in discipline or termination. This is what the existing policy states, but as of August 2024, the city had not developed a comprehensive anti-fraud policy that includes mandating employees to report known or suspected instances, allows employees to report fraud anonymously, centralizes the record keeping of fraud allegations and investigation into these allegations, assigns responsibility to investigating acts of fraud, or guidelines on how to conduct fraud investigations, including protecting the reputation of those investigated but not found guilty of committing fraud.
So that's what I'm saying, for them to put that in there, was there anything that took place that they thought or suspected that fraud took place, is what I'm asking, in order for them to put this in here? That's my question.
Well, I'll say,
Because if it is, because then I have a follow-up to it, that's why I'm asking. Go ahead, Mr. Bowler.
no, I'll say, for quite some time, there's been, they did mention that they looked into, city, minutes as well. And, for years, we've even had members of the commission in the past use accusatory language in that regard. So, maybe that's something that they, probably why they looked into it. We've had accusatory language, spoken from our commission, for quite some time by members of the commission, without, unsubstantiated, but spoken of nevertheless.
I think also in that report, it made mention of, credit cards being utilized for personal use and those type of things. I mean, to me, that's scratching a real thin line.
So that's what I'm asking, so what did they consider that as? That's why I'm asking for this for them to say we need a policy on it. I'm just trying to figure out, did something trigger it that they saw that fraud took place? I guess that's what I was trying to.
As I indicated, I think it was prior to you coming in, the type of audit that the city underwent with this, the Auditor General's office, they looked at and evaluated the management's performance in establishing and maintaining internal controls. So everything that had to do with management, whether it prevent and detect fraud, waste, abuse, and noncompliance. So they looked at all of the areas that would strengthen the city's position from a policy ordinance standpoint to see if they made sure that they had all of those things in place to protect against that. And when they looked, the city fraud policy was not comprehensive enough. So their recommendation is, it didn't say fraud occurred or anything of that nature, but just looking at all of those operational management tools and actions, they wanted to make sure that the city had a stronger anti-fraud policy in place, so much so that they recommended the exact language that we should adopt.
Okay. And so we'll look at the previous one that we have, and in our comprehensive plan, the commission will agree on what we're striking out, what we're adding, since, correct, that's what we're doing with the comprehensive plan on the recommendations that they're giving, making sure that we're in compliance with what they're asking us to do. So as a commission, we'll work through this together to look at what the fraud policy is, the anti-fraud policy is now, and how we can make sure it's strengthened to be what the state say it should be.
Yes, yes. And if you look at that a little bit more in detail, again, I'll point out to you that what the city currently has, and I just read that a minute ago. It's not strong enough.
Right.
In their recommendation to ensure that fraud and some of these other things don't occur. We need to put things in place to further prevent that and eliminate that as an option.
Okay, so my question is, I know we're having a workshop talking about this today, and hopefully we'll have a follow-up workshop where all the recommendations that they have given us, that we as the commission can have time, we get all of those policies and look at them, and then we can take them home, have time to look at them, and then we can do another workshop and come back with recommendations based on what the state says.
Yes, that's exactly a part of what we're starting here.
Okay. Since we don't have them all, I know we don't have all of the policies in front of us today, what they were saying that, you know, we should be updating or have. We don't have those, but it would have been good if we did, and we can just take them home, what we don't finish today, and then maybe reschedule another meeting. But we would have had the opportunity to look at all of the policies that they say we need to update to make sure we're in compliance when they come back within those 6 months. At least that we've started something.
Yes, that's the goal. As I mentioned a minute ago, out of the 9 findings, I think we probably would need to reestablish or align our policies with state ordinance and city ordinance and state statute to make sure that they're all saying the same things, because that was one of the issues, that our ordinances didn't always line up with state statute, and there's a need to do that to some degree. But the other part is that the ones that we have that's sufficient, we need to start operating under those and adhering to those policies. So you got a mix. And then there are some policies that have been, some recommendations have already been corrected since the audit finding, even prior to the audit report release. And one of the examples was what Commissioner McPherson mentioned a minute ago, having a audit selection committee. And we were able to get that in place. That was one of the things that they found out in their audit, that it was not in place, or it was skipped at one point, and it was not followed, and it was just addressing that. And prior to the report being released, we worked with legal and staff and made sure we had those processes in place.
Also, I want to add to that too, even with the audit selection committee, that committee is only established for 3 years. So before that 3 years is up, we need to already have something in place so we can establish another committee. I believe you can serve on the board again, but we still need to follow the policy or the procedures to make sure that those things is established. And our contract with the auditor is a 3-year with a 2-year option. So, as far as timelines, we need to make sure that we stay on
Yes,
top.
sir.
And hopefully they'll elect me again in our,
Yes,
I
sir.
have another question, Mr. Jackson, about number 1, grant compliance. I know this was something when we were going over the evaluation tool that Commissioner McPherson was asking about, and I know you said we have something. So we do have a written policy now. We do have a policy in place that says the city should establish written policies and procedures for grant administration, and that's for executing grants and things of that nature. So I know you said the other night we have something in place, so will that be coming to the commission for us to review, to make sure that we see what it is, to make sure that it's in compliance with their saying what the policy is on executing grants? And I know you were saying, and we understand that all grants have different requirements, but we're just talking about just basic timelines. When you receive a grant, what's the execution process? Do we hold a grant for 2 months, 3 months, like just basic execution? Because we do know that all of the grants are different and they require something different. So we're just talking about the basics. Do we have anything of that nature in place already? And so if so, if we can look at it to make sure that we're in compliance with what their recommendations are. Because I did go on the muni codes and I didn't see anything as far as grant executions. I don't know where I would find that at. So I try to do my research and find as much as I could. So if whatever it is that you have in the policy, whatever it is that you have that shows what the grant execution process is.
Yes, yes. And I think the explanation I gave a minute ago when we were talking about having policies in place and to some degree, and not having sufficient policies in place, I think this one fell within the parameters of that. We have a policy in place for grant administration, but they're recommending that is strengthened. It says here, the lack of established grant administration policies and procedures may have contributed to the city's deficient administration of the grants.
Just for a little clarification too, let's use an example of the Martin Luther King Park grant that was secured, I think, in 2018. And we're now in 2025, and we find that it was discontinued by the state. They wouldn't fund it any further. What is in our current policy that would have encouraged or directed a city manager to pick up the ball and make sure that wasn't a lapse in the grant time to be completed? And the reason I'm mentioning that, to be honest, even on a Facebook post that I read, and a young man stated it clearly to me that each of the city managers had a role and a responsibility to make sure that grant was carried out, and they all failed in that. And I totally agree with that to a certain extent. I don't know, I know one individual, one city manager had re-established another deadline for it, but that same city manager didn't even do anything. He got it back on the books that we would be able to
Extension.
secure that grant, and he didn't do anything. Then I'm gonna go a little further. When you came, I'm just asking, what happened to that grant to an extent that it lapsed again? That we knew the deadline that was originally established or reestablished, or what happened? I'm just trying to figure out how we can make sure that something like that in itself doesn't happen again. I know the changes administration caused some of that, but to the extent that an individual would, and most of them had been here at least 9 months to a year, so they had time to make sure that we followed through and didn't lose that particular money. I'm just kind of brainstorming and trying to figure out what happened and how, as a commission and a manager, we can prevent those type of things from happening in the future.
I think you pretty much answered your question in your question. A big part of it was inconsistency in following the grant. You have a grant a grant management policy per se in place, and along, I think we talked last meeting, the contract drives a lot of that information. And what specifically happened in the grant with MLK is that, as you mentioned, it was established in 2018, and there were a couple of different extensions placed on the grant. And when the last extension was placed on the grant, was in 2022, and it was stated in that extension that the grant would not be extended beyond the expiration date of 2024. December 2024. Okay, that from a management standpoint and managing that grant, the information came to my office, and I think it was October of 2024 that grant needed to be extended. And staff brought a staff report, brought a resolution, you approved the resolution, and was told that the state had extended the grant for another 2-year period. I learned in first week of February, after calling the state to find out what was going on in the grant, I found out that grant had the terms established in 2022 was the terms that they were going by. And they decided that they would not extend it beyond that point because there was no activity from 2018 to 2024. And they decided that those monies would be rolled back into the state agency, and recommended that the city apply for another grant of a different period of time. That pretty much signifies, and it's a real good example of what happened and what didn't. What should have happened in that scenario is very much similar to what happened in this particular process here. All grant deliverables were not completed in accordance with the grant terms. The grant monies were not expended for the purpose of the grant because there was no activity. Grant required documentations such as invoices. We never got to that point, not even a completed design. So that's a prime example on what happens when nothing happens.
May I ask a question? Mr. Jackson, and this is just for maybe thinking we can put something in the policy, because it was reported to the commission since I've been on here in 2024 that we were in the design phase, and that I know I asked to bring in documentation. So maybe we can put something like that in there. Not that we're micromanaging, but I know the economic development person came up and said that we were in the design phase with MLK, and we were 20%, and I know I requested in one of the meetings, bring that information and let us see who's doing the design phase. And so I think if we include documents, we've been taking people's word, and that to me hasn't been good enough, because look where this has gotten us. So when they're coming up here reporting, have something to distribute to the commission. When, department heads or whoever come, or you're reporting from their department, so that we can actually see and know what they're talking about, and not just telling us, and then here it is, we come back later to find out, oh, nothing has been done from 18 to 24, but it's been reported to the commission that we're in the design phase, it has gone out, and this is what was reported to the commission, and then to hear this now. So I think when they come and reporting to the commission, bring documentation so we can actually see what you're saying and what you're talking about, so that we can follow along. So if we have questions later, we can say, oh, no, that's not true, because here's the documentation that we were given. So I think putting that as part of the policy, that when a report is given, providing the commission with documentation based on what you're saying. And we're not just taking your word. And I know they say trust staff, but staff has been trusted. So in the future, then I just think we need to tighten the policy up and provide the documentation, because you're doing it anyway. If you send it out for the design phase, that's paperwork that has to be done anyway, because it has to be, provided for the grant. So I think providing that documentation when they come up and give reports, that we actually have documents to support and back up what you're saying, and just not telling the commission.
I completely agree. As I indicate, and this is my first time ever hearing that MLK was 20% design. All of my reports and all of my investigations suggested that nothing had happened at MLK. No design, no anything.
Let me just say this. I think this should be a collaborative effort anytime we're dealing with grants or whatever. Not only the city manager has the responsibility, us as commissioners have a responsibility. And what I just want to just food for thought, one of the things that I'm thinking about, that we put timelines as far as our grants are indicated. For example, if we have a grant that's 4 years or more, that the grant should be secured, the engineering, whatever the design phase, all that should be done and placed out for bid within the first 6 months. And then the project should be started within that year. If the grant is 2 years or less, we put a timeline of 90 days. These are just food for thought. Not only hold you responsible, but we as elected officials need to be responsible to make sure that our monies are being spent appropriately, and not just appropriately, that we don't find ourselves in this situation. And I think this will help strengthen our policies as far as administering grants.
I agree. I agree with you 100% as it relates to that. And we're just talking about one particular grant now.
Yeah.
But as you all are very much aware, all of our projects are running behind, and we're in the same situation. For the last year now, I've been trying to get projects back on track. Barfield Highway is just a prime example. We completed the final walkthrough with Palm Beach County Water Utility today. So that project had lagged for years, and we should receive the final invoices on that, and I'll talk a little bit more about it in a commission meeting later this week, or no later than next week. But it takes time, it takes investigation, it takes audits to find out a lot of the things that have happened prior to me getting here. But my commitment is to make sure that these projects are put back on track and completed within a timely manner.
And one other one is also the phase 4 of our roads and street project. That particular installment, at least the grant was given, I think, in 2020. And we in 2025. I don't know if we have checked with the state to make sure that's still secure and we're not gonna lose it, because to be honest, I have lost sleep on that one. I think that's gonna be similar to MLK if we don't act expeditious on it. And I know you have a plan. You're saying that currently, because we only was awarded $210,000, it haven't been enough to finish the 4 roads we had identified. But I'm just saying up here as a commissioner, whatever it takes to make sure we don't lose that 210,000 roads right now, improving those are critical to our success in Pahokee. And I just want to make sure we don't lose that, and we are on top of it, and it's not in jeopardy of the state saying once we do decide to have a plan in place to move forward, this money, we're not going to extend it to you all, because
Yes, sir. I've been working on that particular project for the last 2.5, 3 weeks. I've met with the state on a couple of different occasions, and those dollars are secure. So much so that I I think it was Friday, received an extension through 2028 to make sure that that project is done, and gives us enough cushion to do those 4 roads. Not that it's gonna take another 2 years to do those, 3 years to do those roads, but I didn't wanna put the city in a position where if we had challenges with getting bids in again, that we'll run a risk of losing those dollars.
Let me say this also. Are we able to apply for additional funding when we haven't completed phase 4? And the reason Mike said that grant really was basically established by a few legislators to kind of help small cities with the infrastructure, rural cities mainly too. So I'm just wondering, because since I think 2020, we have received another allotment, say for phase 5, we could call. And I'm just wondering, and I know that the person who was kind of overseeing that is no longer here with us, but do you have any information why and how that took so long to move that particular project along? And did it hinder us from applying for phase 5 and 6 or whatever? But I think it was a yearly, an allotment that the state for the next 10 years was given small rural cities. And I don't see where we applied or even tried to get in some additional funding in addition to the 210,000.
Yeah. Mayor, as you know, it becomes very difficult to go back to the same funder for dollars that you've been allocated and that you have not spent. In my meetings with the FDOT, this project has been extended 10 times.
Oh,
It's been extended 10 times. So this, in no uncertain terms, is the final time. There will be no more extensions. That's clear. There's little opportunity, if any, to receive dollars directly from that particular program until those dollars are expended. But there's also funding available through Palm Beach County Community Development Block Grant that will start up again October 1, that we can utilize for repaving roads and streets. That will not hinder our ability to do that. That's a different pool of dollars. And also, depending on what happens with the state budget this year, there's a initiative from the speaker that concentrates on rural funding, with infrastructure being a major piece of that. There's opportunities to receive dollars, even though we're in an urban county. There's a set aside for rural communities to apply and qualify for funding. So we're hoping that that's another initiative to assist with the road and overall infrastructure for the city.
Mayor Babb, may I ask a question before we close? And I know in the response that was submitted by, the response was submitted by you, right, City Manager? I just have a question from reading his response. It was saying that because of all the changes, but looking at this report, it says during the period of October 2022 through February 2024. That's 2 years that Mr. Lucas was here. Mayor Babb was the mayor, Clara Mervin served as the vice mayor, and Rodney Lucas served as the city manager. That was 2 years of stability. And we're saying from October the 22nd to 2022 to 2024, we had these findings, and we're writing and saying that we didn't have stability due to a change in staff. We did. But from 22 to 24, we had the same city manager there. So would that be an accurate statement to submit to the state? Because that was a 2 year so my question is, for 2 years, we had a city manager here, and none of this was what was taken. I'm just trying to figure out, how can we say that, how can we write and say because of all of the turnovers that we've had, when we had, here it says from 22 to 24, we had a city manager for 2 years.
I can answer some of that. I don't believe even Mr. Luke was here for 2 years. There was a big gap in his, they terminated Mr. Lucas during that period of time, and he was brought back at a certain period. And in addition to the city manager, there was also other top staff that wasn't here, the finance director. So it was some key folks, even the economic development director. There's some other key folks that wasn't here during the whole 2-year period.
So why didn't they put I'm just asking, so why didn't they put what all city managers was here from 22 to 24? Why did they just put just one then if it was just only one? Because to me, that's misleading, because that's what I'm thinking. It was just this one city manager that was here.
Well, the Inspector General himself was the one that actually mentioned a lot of these things being issues due to turnover. Mentioned it on the news. When
What he
actually
said that
explained-
I'm looking at the report right here.
I'm just saying that in his explanation, that's what he mentioned as one of the major issues, the turnover.
To answer your question more succinctly, the statement that was presented in the response is an accurate statement.
No, I was just looking at the report because it just had one person on here as the city manager. So that's why I was asking the
Okay.
question from 22 to 24. So I would have thought for 2 years, that was 2 years of stability. I didn't know that, within that 2-year period, I thought they would mention, if it was others, they would mention them. I just thought it was that one
Like if
city
they would
manager.
mention the interim or something, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I'll get, well, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wouldn't all just fell on one city manager. That's what I was thinking, that this all just fell on one city manager.
At this time, I'm sorry, city attorney.
Yes, I just wanted to put a couple of things on the record, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. And maybe Mr. Jackson has more information from the state on what is intended by some of the things, like for instance, I don't know if there was follow-up or backup materials that were given, because some of the things are just kind of open-ended, they're stated, and it sounds, like something certainly the city should obviously be on top of, but it's not clarified in a way that will not prevent duplication. Like for instance, if you look at finding 1, where it talks about the completion of grant deliverables, and those things, like the grant terms are in the grant. Like they normally tell you, this is what you do, this is how you do it. It's, those are the things that are in the grant. And so where they go to finding 3 from 1, and they say that the city did not expend grant monies in accordance with city ordinances, the only ordinance that I saw, maybe this is what Mr. Jackson was referring to when he said some things are not followed or something from the ordinance. There is an ordinance that is kind of an unreasonable ordinance, which talks about grant administration fees, and it talks about when you get a grant, you're supposed to charge like 10% over that to make sure that you're able to administer the grant for the different things that are required from staff. So, it's not clear whether that's the one that they're talking about or whether it's something else. And so I don't know if, like I said, additional information was provided. And then there are things mentioned, like it talks about, finding 4, talks about procedures to properly maintain and monitor the lease, submerged, submerged land. So it appears that they're referring to maintenance issues, appropriate, because when you go over to finding number 4, they have a reference to maintaining the leased premises in good condition, including structures and equipment located therein. So I think they're talking about maintenance issues, but they don't say, like, if they were talking about whether they're talking about the, what do you call it, the banks, or whether they're talking about the docks, or whether they're talking about, it's not, I don't know if it's clear somewhere else.
Yes.
But it is clear somewhere
Yes,
else.
it's spelled out that this particular one was referencing docs, DENF.
Okay, is there like an appendix or something that they gave you? Because I'm just looking at the document that was printed for the commission, tonight, and so I have a copy of that, and I don't see that reference here, but then let me move on. So, like, if you look at, finding number 5, it talks about taking appropriate action to monitor compliance with the marina restaurant sublease terms. That marina restaurant sublease is a voluminous document, so it's just really, are they just talking about failure to, adhere to the lease agreement itself, the marina agreement that we have with the state, or are they specifically referring to, something else? Because it says appropriate action, but what, so I guess and maybe I'll get with you, because I certainly want to help in any way that I can. I've even sent Mr. Jackson, and we've been sitting here tonight, what I believe is a comprehensive policy for the mitigation of of fraud and that kind of thing. I've sent a long policy on that I'm sure, rather than trying to rework something that they think is not adequate, maybe we can just give them another comprehensive policy. So in getting answers to some of these things, or at least having someone that we can talk with that will communicate with us about what it is that they intend, or if you have an appendix that went with this that maybe just not be included, that's just not included here, that would be helpful. There's a link? Okay,
Yeah.
all right, I'll
What
take
you-
a look at
What
the
you
link
have
then.
before you is just a summation of the findings and the recommendations.
Okay, I'll take a look at the link, thank you.
Yeah.
At this time, due to our time, we're gonna end our workshop and we adjourn our regular meeting in 2 minutes. I call this city commission meeting of the city of Pahokee, Tuesday, June the 10th, 2025, to order at 6:14 p.m. May we please stand for the invocation provided by Vice Mayor Howard Williams, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, gracious God, thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. Father God, we thank you for how we are here to take care of the business of the city of Pahokee. Thank you for how we can respect each other in a very professional manner and move forward with taking care of the business of the city of Pahokee. Thank you for allowing us to be here. Thank you for taking care of our city and allowing our residents to continue to support us as we try to move our city forward. We thank you for your continued blessings in Jesus' name.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Bab,
Present.
Vice Mayor Calvin Williams,
Present.
Commissioner Bowden,
Present.
Commissioner McPherson,
Present.
Commissioner Scott,
Present.
City Manager,
Present.
City Attorney, City Clerk is present.
Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you, staff. Thank you, commissioners, and most importantly, thank our audience for being here to participate in our regular scheduled commission meeting Tuesday, June the 10th. City Manager, are there any additions on emergency basis to the agenda?
No, sir.
Are there any deletions?
No, sir.
Thank you. City Commission, having heard there are no additions or deletion to our agenda that has been presented to us, I'll entertain a motion for the adoption of the agenda as presented.
Mayor Bab, I move to accept the agenda as presented.
Second.
It is moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly second by Vice Mayor Cowers Williams for the adoption of the agenda. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bowden?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Calvin Williams?
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson,
Present. Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Next, we'll have presentation, proclamation, public service announcement, public comments. At this time, City Clerk, do we have any public service comments card or public announcements?
Yes, sir. Only one for this section, and it's Dr. Jinga. It's a PSA.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Manager and Clerk. As you know, my name is Dr. Jing. I'm a nurse practitioner in the Power Healthcare. I come before you today as someone committed to the health and well-being of our community. On May 26th, I received a phone call informing me that the building in which we currently occupy, the United Methodist Church, has been sold. We were given 30 days notice with the final move-out date of June 14th. I found that out last Wednesday. I have submitted a formal request for an extension, but as of today, despite reaching out for assistance, we are still facing the very real possibility of being displaced with little time and even fewer resources. We are not just seeking a space. We are asking for a lifeline for people who we serve. Our facility is more than just a building, it's a hub. It's a community hub. We are compassionate about what we do, and we provide critical services for individuals and families who rely on us. For many, we are the only point of access to quality healthcare, wellness resources, and community support. I'm here today to ask for your support, your leadership, to help us secure a new location. I appreciate you taking my calls and reading my emails. I sincerely do. So that we can continue our mission without interruption of services, critical services. As elected officials, I urge you to use your platform and your influence to advocate for the health of this community. We need your voices, your network, and your commitment, tangible commitment, to ensure that the people who count on us are not left without care. We are ready to work with you to find solutions and to continue to serve this community. I'm so grateful to be a part of it. But we can't do it alone. Please stand with us and help us remain a vital resource to this community. So the public service announcement is, we have to relocate. They sold the church.
Thank you. And on behalf of the Pahokee City Commission as mayor, and I think I speak for this entire commission on this particular subject, we're 100% behind you in trying to secure another location, and we want to do everything within our power to seek out our resources and make sure that that happens. I know earlier I was called by the doctor and indicated that the state wanted someone from a municipal level, a state level, or county level to support their request to utilize an old highway patrol station. And I certainly, if we need to write a letter on that behalf, I hope that this commission would at least approve of that. I think Senator Harrow is initiating, if I'm not mistaken, that request, but if the city need to do it, I don't think we would hesitate to at least reach out and do that if we're able to. I just want to,
Do we need to put that in a motion that we write a letter of support for that, for the old driver's license building?
yes.
And respectfully, if I may say something, we were just made aware that the county commissioner has petitioned to use and has been granted the ability to use the building for a county capital improvement program. What they're being used for, what does that mean? No one knows. I did get a call from Senator Harrow's legislative aide, who is looking into that. But at this time, she has confirmed that that is fact, and that they're starting to work on the process of refurbishing the building, I guess any day now.
I have a question, Mr. Jackson. Do we have a available room? I know the school uses those rooms, but do we have at least one room over there that maybe can be available for Dr. Jingo to set up? Is that a possibility that we can look up? Because that's a vital service we don't want the community to lose. Since the other doctor's office has closed and they're gone to Belglade, so on Barfield Highway, it's pretty much nobody, over there, and all the services are being moved to Belglade. And so since she's willing to keep the services here, can we look into see if we have one of those rooms over there available, and maybe she can make one of those rooms work?
When I received both the email and telephone call from Dr. Jinga, I immediately looked at all the possibilities or potentials of using a city-owned property. I have not been able to find one that's both available or in a situation where it can be used at this point. The school, as you referenced, utilizes quite a bit of property. I've had a couple of different requests over the last 6 months for them to expand what they have, so much so that they're considering or considered building portables because they're running out of space. So that space is not available as it stands now. It's being utilized 100%.
What about still the letter of support? I know that the county is planning on utilizing that facility for something else, but if we ask that the doctor's office could utilize that maybe for the next 2 years to give her time enough to seek a better and a more suitable location. I'm just trying to ask whether or not that we can say that the service that this agency would provide would be better suited for our community, not saying what the county's planning on doing is not a valuable service, but we feel having a medical profession in our community that service our community would be in a better position to assist the city and its residents than whatever the county may have in mind. And I'm not saying that they should stretch their plan totally, but maybe delay it for a year or so, so that she would have more time and resources to have another location. That's just one thing we possibly can do to maybe stir the county position on what they was planning on doing, and we can do some other things outside of that.
So do we need to put a motion on the floor for that, Attorney?
Vice Mayor, if you all can agree by consensus
Okay.
to
For letter
request that the
support.
manager move in that direction.
I have a question.
Yes,
Do
sir.
you have a senior program?
Yes, we have a senior program.
I mean, they come up here every day?
Yes, we have a senior program. We can definitely put pen to paper what you're recommending, Mayor, and we can definitely get that done as early as tomorrow. I saw the response that came directly from County Commissioner's office upon her request to use the facility. And pretty much got the same thing from my inquiry. That is something they developed in their comprehensive plan some years ago and have a designated use identified for that property. We can write the letter and we can definitely make the request based on what you just mentioned about allowing time if their calendar is not in sync with doing anything within the next year or two to see if it can be occupied until such time. The only other property, and I mentioned it to Dr. Jinga, that comes to mind is the suite that the Community Health Center once occupied on Barfield Highway. That facility is available. I know there have been some challenges there, and I definitely won't speak for Dr. Jinga, but I think that was one of the locations she originally looked at and had issues with a lot of the things that were not available and not suited for what she was wanting to provide for a clinic. I will note that there's recently there's a new owner to that property. There may be an opportunity to sit down and talk in detail and exactly what's expected from the city standpoint and what can be done to develop it in a way or renovate it in a way that's pleasing and acceptable to Dr. Jinga. I'm willing to lead that conversation if that's something that you want to explore as well, but I do know that facility and that property and that suite is open as of a couple of weeks ago.
And when I inquired about that one recently, because I tried last year to move there as well, but recently I'm told that there is a horrible storage issue in that building, which was one of the reasons why Florida Community Health Center may have left a continuous sewage issue, from my understanding.
Okay. That's something that could be mitigated. And that's all I'll say on that at this point.
Okay, thank you so much.
Next, we'll move to our next item, which is a presentation by NLC Services Line Program, and I have our city manager introduce the presenter.
Yes, sir. Mayor and Commissioners, this, from my understanding, this NLC Service Line Program was introduced to the city and the commission prior to COVID, and was reintroduced to the representative by Vice Mayor Cowan Williams in their participation in the National League of Cities conference some months ago. Ms. Shawarski, I've been communicating with her ever since. She was scheduled to provide the presentation this afternoon, but I received an email just before coming that Mr. Mike Chambers will be providing a presentation on the National League of Cities Service Line Program. Again, I give way to Vice Mayor Cowan Williams if she wants to talk a little bit more about it and what she learned during that time, or would like to contribute to the introduction of Mr. Mike Chambers in absence of Ms. Shawarski.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to say, when I go to the trainings and you hear a lot of different presentations and you want to come back and share information with your community, so that's what I go and do. I try to learn as much as I can, and if I think that it's valuable to our city, I will forward it to the city manager and let him know this is who I spoke with, and I would forward it to him, and then they would talk to see is it something they would like to present to our community. So after speaking with them on several occasions, I thought it would be a good idea. It wouldn't hurt to at least come and explain the program to the city and the residents to see if it's something that they would like for us to have in our city. So I don't like to just say no without giving someone an opportunity to explain what programs they have. So I want to say I appreciate you all for coming, and thank you for taking the time to come, Mike, and talk to our residents and talk to the commission. And so I present Mike Chambers to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I do appreciate the mayor, city commission, clerk, manager, and everybody else, staff here with the city, allowing us a few minutes tonight to tell you a little bit about our program and how it can help the residents there in your community. My name is Mike Chambers, and I work with the National League of Cities Service Line program. And through that program, we work with cities and municipalities all across the country to make our service line warranty programs available for your residents. What I'd like to do is just kind of give you a brief overview of the program, and then save time, for any questions. A little bit of a background, we currently work with about 1,300 communities across the country. There's about 32 there in the state of Florida. We've been doing this program through the National League of Cities since 2010, so coming up on 15 years now. And the reason the NLC has gotten involved with this type of program is they understand that infrastructure is getting older, especially when it comes to water and sewer lines. And one of the big issues is while the cities and the municipalities are doing their part to maintain those main water and sewer lines through the street, you have these miles and miles of lines that connect to that system that a lot of times they don't get any attention until there's an issue. And that's the residents' lateral water and sewer service lines. And pretty much everywhere we go, we hear the same story. Residents will have a broken water line, or their sewer line will collapse, or you get caught with tree roots. First thing they do is contact the city. You have to send someone out there, make sure that the line in the street's working properly. Typically it is, because you're doing the maintenance and the upkeep on it. And that's when it kind of makes you the bearer of bad news, where you have to say, Mr. and Mrs. Resident, we found the issue. It's your service line, your water line, your sewer line that's causing the problem, the backup, or the leak. And you're gonna have to have a contractor out there and have it repaired. And a lot of residents, they don't even realize they're responsible for these buried lines, from their home to the street until you're there telling them. And then even the residents that do realize they're responsible, they don't have the $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 it can even cost to dig one of these lines up and have them repaired. So that's where our program comes in. First off, it's an educational program. We'll do a free public awareness campaign to all the homeowners there in the community, letting them know that these lines are their responsibility. Also give them tips on what they can do to keep things working properly, and also allow them to purchase a low-cost monthly warranty through us to cover these lines in case anything were to happen to them. Now the nice part for the city, it's a fully turnkey program. We handle all the marketing, all the billing, all the customer service, all the claims. There's no cost or anything for the city to participate. And then we do share a portion of all the revenue that's generated from the program back with the city. Now for your residents, if the city does decide to participate, it's nothing that they're forced to take. It doesn't go on their bill or anything like that. It's simply a program that will be available that, should they choose, they can cover and protect themselves for their lateral service lines. We have only 3 products available for your residents. They can pick and choose. They can pick either ones they want, or none at all. But the first one is the external water line coverage. That'll cover their whole water line from where it enters the home all the way to the city's connection, whether that's the curb stop or the main. That will cover leaking lines, broken lines, slow running lines, loss of pressure, basically any issue that would occur to their water service line. There's no deductible on that program. There's also no service fees, and we don't do any pre-inspections, so all your residents are eligible to enroll. The second product we make available is the external sewer line coverage. That will cover their entire sewer line from where it enters the home all the way to where it connects to the main. And then the nice part about that is that will not only cover a full replacement of the line, even repairing any kind of concrete if the street needs to be disturbed, but it'll also cover simple things. Something gets flushed out there, or a lot of times tree roots infiltrate that, and it just needs to be cleaned out. So all that's covered, any disruption in their sewer service. Once again, no deductibles or service fees and no pre-inspections as well. And then the final product just kind of completes the coverage, and that's the in-home plumbing and drainage. That will cover all water and sewer lines inside the home, as well as stop of sinks, commodes, any issue water or sewer related to occur inside the home is covered. When the resident does have an issue, they don't need to call the city or anything like that. We have a 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week call center based in the U.S. That they can contact us, we'll speak here to our residents, and then we will dispatch a local licensed plumber out there to make the repair. That's another huge benefit of the program as well, is we only use contractors from there in your city to do the work and complete these repairs. A couple reasons we do that. First off, the city is working with us, so we want to make sure your local businesses are benefiting from this program. But more importantly, we understand that when a resident has a broken water line or their sewer line's backed up, it's not something they can wait a day or 2 days or 3 days to get repaired. So by using local contractors there in the city, we're able to get those contractors out there as soon as possible, get the problem fixed and their service restored. Now, as for the way we make the program available to your residents, I always get the question, are our residents going to get annoying phone calls or door-to-door sales or anything like that? We never do any door-to-door sales or telemarketing for this program. All education of the program is done through a direct mail letter. Typically, we send that out twice a year. Before we ever mail it to the residents, we provide it to the city. You have an opportunity to review it, make sure you're happy with all the language that's in it, and only once it's approved by the city will we go ahead and set that mail date and send it out to your residents. Residents will receive that letter. On the letter, it will say the national cities and the city want to make you aware that this program is available. It will have our phone number on it and website, so if they have questions, they can call us and get those answers. And there will also be a postage paid envelope included and a tear off at the bottom, or if they just want to sign up, they can send that back to us and enroll. As I said, we've been doing this program for over 15 years. Just in the past 3 years alone, we fixed over 1.2 million lines, saving residents over $500 million. The program is A-rated with the Better Business Bureau. And then we also do a customer satisfaction survey to every resident that does file a claim through the program. It's basically like an Amazon or Uber score. It's based on 5. Currently, we have a 4.8 rating on that program. As for the rates of the program, each one that's available, the external water line coverage runs $5.99 per month. The external sewer line coverage runs about $7.99 per month for your residents. And then the in-home plumbing and drainage runs $9.99 per month for the residents. And as I stated, we give a portion of that back to the community there. So 10% of every dollar we collect, we provide back to the city. You can use those funds however you want. Some of our more popular programs that cities have done and our partners is they'll set those funds aside, and maybe there's a low-income family that might need help paying a water bill, where they have a broken line and they might not have our coverage. There's funds available for that. Others will put it back into some other project that they're working on, or an infrastructure issue that they're concerned with. About 80% of our partners take the revenue. About 20% decide that they don't want it. So if you don't want the revenue, we just discount that cost to your residents. So that's kind of the overview of the program. I can answer any questions for you if you have.
Mike, can you give those prices again? I'm sorry, you was going kind of fast.
Yeah, no problem. Mike went pretty. I know it's a lot of information. So, the external water line coverage is $5.99 per month. The external sewer line coverage is $7.99 per month. And then in-home plumbing and drainage is $9.99 per month.
Mike, can you talk a little bit about how that is actually billed? How would a resident see that bill? Will it come as a part of their FP&L or water and sewer bill? Could you go a little bit more in detail with that?
Sure thing, for sure. Yeah, we actually bill them separately. We try to keep everything separate from the city. That way, that when they do have an issue, they're not calling the city and you have to forward them over to us. So if a resident signs up for the program, they can let us know, how they want to pay. We have all kinds of billing options. Some residents will pay by the month, so we'll send them a bill every, 30 days so that they can, write a check and sign back up. Others will pay by the year if they want to do that, and they'll get a bill once a year. Others will pay quarterly or semi-annually. They also have the option if they want to put a credit card or a debit card on file, and we can just deduct that every month for them as well. But the big thing is we keep everything separate from the city so that we're actually on the billing, so it's not something, a charge or anything they would see on their water or sewer bill.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, this is something that has passed in one of the neighboring cities, and the company was amenable to certain changes being made to the contract, and I'm assuming that would be acceptable with the city of Pahokee as well. Those had to do with privacy issues. They had to do with indemnifying commissioners and employees and contractors and so forth from any negligent or fraudulent actions, and it had to do with setting forth, making clear the venue in case there was litigation. So I'm assuming that that the league is fine with those changes being extended to the city of Pahokee as well.
That is correct. Yeah, we start with a template, standard marketing agreement that we use, and we definitely, appreciate any city's feedback or changes that they need. Best thing is just to let us know what you'd like to see in there, send that over to us, and then we'll get them to our legal department and have, create a clean version that incorporates all of your changes as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any additional questions? Okay, we thank you so much for your presentation, and certainly we'll look into that to make it happen if we are able to.
Perfect. I thank everybody for your time tonight, and I appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's it for our presentations. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda. We have 3 items on our consent agenda: the May 27, 2025 City Commission meeting minutes, the June 3rd, 2025 City Commission workshop minutes, and resolution 2025-30. I'll entertain a motion for the adoption of the consent agenda unless there is a move to pull one or more of these items for any discussion.
Mayor Bab, I move to accept the consent agenda, May 27, 2025 Commission meeting minutes, June 3rd, 2025 Commission workshop minutes, and Resolution 2025-30.
Oh, second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly seconded by Vice Mayor Williams for the adoption of the consent agenda item as presented. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bolden,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Calvin Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed. The consent agenda item is approved for adoption.
Oh, is it too late? I have a question. So with the workshop minutes, are we going to I know that the changes for the evaluation tool was in there. So does that mean when we get to that resolution, are we going to? Because I found a couple of things that were not added to the tool. So will we be able to discuss that when we get to it? We will. Okay, I just wanted to know.
All right, next is our old business update of city projects. City Manager.
Yes, sir. To provide an update, we kind of talked through some of them during the workshop, but the final walkthrough for the Barfield Highway project happened earlier today. We had representatives from Palm Beach County Water Utilities, CAP, CEI, Rosso Development, and also one of the contractors that worked, JD, that worked directly with the water components of the project. The bulk of today's walkthrough dealt with making sure that all of the water components were in place and secure. Prior to, all of the segments of the project had been evaluated. I'm sure most of you probably have gone by Barfield within the last Friday, but as of last Friday, all of the striping and signage except for one sign was put up and in place. So the project is conceptually completed. we'll have hopefully a final invoice to submit to FDOT either end of this week or early next week, and just complete sign off on the documents, and that project will be completed. And I think it's something that the city and the residents will be very, very, very proud of. It turned out to be a very, very good project. We mentioned phase 4. Also during the workshop, I have requested and received confirmation to extend that project to make sure it's given an opportunity to be completed. Also, can have conversations as early as tomorrow with the engineering company that can assist in providing follow-up from the last RFP that went out, and looking to see how we could strengthen it and make it more appealing to see if we can get more responders and select a firm that will put us in a position to finish those 4 streets that's identified in the phase 4 project. Likewise, as indicated, I've been working on the McClure project as well. I've had conversations with the parties that's associated with that project, primarily Palm Beach County Water Utility and WGI. We've had separate meetings, and hopefully by the end of this week or early next week, we'll have a combined meeting that will include at some point FDEP as well to move this project, FDOT to move this project along and get it back on track to completion. That's the only project updates I have this time. I have some other items to mention during my report.
Thank you.
I have a question about that. On Barfield Highway, I know there was a particular section on the entry level for the Everglades property. I didn't go by and look at the date, but I know if is that one of the things during the walkthrough, was that addressed?
Yes, and the developer of that project has taken responsibility to make sure that that entryway is corrected to design along the Barfield Highway once that project is completed, the development is completed. And the other, I mentioned that there was only one sign that was not installed, and that sign is associated with that project as well. Once it's completed, that final signage will go up.
Okay.
Next, we don't have any public hearings or in our ordinances. We have several resolutions. I believe we have at least 5. First resolution is Resolution 2025-31. City Attorney.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, appointing 1 alternate member to the Zoning Adjustment Planning Board, providing for adoption of representations, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation?
Yes, sir. This resolution, if approved, appoints an alternate member to the Zoning Adjustment and Planning Board. Staff recommends approval of Resolution 2025-31.
Thank you, sir. City Commission, having heard Resolution 2025-31 properly read into the minutes by City Attorney, properly explained by City Manager, what is your preference?
Who's the person that's being appointed?
Who's on the board now? I'm just asking before we.
As an alternate.
No, who?
Oh, it's on the resolution.
No, who?
The current members are Francisco Alcala, Carl Booth, Tamara Dardell, Patricia Wallace, and Eleanor J. Babb, with Octavia Munez currently serving as an alternate member.
And so we need 2 alternates?
Yes, the
Yes.
phone calls for 2 alternates. So, it's only 1 vacancy for an alternate position right now.
I just have a question. It was put out to the community. Everybody knew that there all the boards, everybody know all the openings for all the boards?
It's a standing item on our website, it's on.
Okay. Okay, I'm just asking.
So we need a motion.
Yes, and let the record reflect who would be the alternates that's on here.
Says whereas the City Commission of the City of Pahokee desires to appoint one additional alternate member, Clara Mervin, to the Zoning Adjustment and Planning Board. So, you need the resolution?
Yes.
So Mayor Bab, I move to accept resolution 2025-31.
Is there a second? A second motion. It has been moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly second by the mayor for the adoption of resolution 2025-31. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bolden,
Yes.
Mayor Bab,
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Calvin Williams.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Next, we have Resolution 2025-32, City Attorney.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, approving and adopting an evaluation tool for the city manager as set forth in Exhibit A, providing for adoption of representations, providing for conflict, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation?
Yes, this resolution approves and adopts an evaluation tool for the city manager as defined and determined by the commission during multiple workshops in February and just recently June of this year.
Thank you, City Manager. City Commission, having heard Resolution 2025-32 properly read into the minutes by our City Attorney, properly explained by our City Manager, what is your preference?
Mayor Bab, I move to accept resolution number 2025-32.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly seconded by Commissioner Vice Mayor Kyles Williams for the adoption of Resolution 2025-32. Call for questions,
Yes,
Vice Mayor.
if we can go through them, I kept my notes and I compared it to what we have here. For the first one, for number 1, under individual characteristics, we changed that from strides to provide, and we took out to continue. We had provide professional development opportunities and training to staff.
Number 1, individual characteristics. This is
So
for,
then we changed that as from, it was something that said promote, and also a different section.
What she say?
So, the word provide was only inserted in a different section. It went from promote to provide, and it wasn't for this particular section.
Okay. All right then,
That's
so,
number 7.
that's for number who?
We changed under staffing, the last one, to provide and promote.
Under staffing,
We changed it to
what
provide.
number?
Number 7.
That was, yeah, that said provide annual training. That's what number 7, that's what that one should have said.
there was change to that.
That's the section that was changed. We didn't,
Okay. Number 6. Did we have that one? Town hall. Yeah, we got that. Okay, we got that one. Let me see the other one. I'm just going through for other ones that, one of my recommendations was, and I think I asked this question when we were in the, so look up number 9 under physical management. I think that should have been
grants, in parentheses, where the second one, where it says make best possible use of available funds, and I had grants in parentheses that we added there under the second one.
And you're referring to the last workshop that we had?
Uh-huh, the one we
That
just had.
wasn't something that was a part of the consensus.
Okay, well, I move that we add grants to the second bullet point on number 9.
Second.
It has been moved in second. We just want to make sure we have a consensus to add any language changes. They've been moved in second.
So we're not looking at all available funds, or available funds as all inclusive?
No, we're just adding grants there as well.
Okay.
And the last bullet, kind of captures it as well, appropriate monitors and manage fiscal activities of the organization.
I know I've looked at that, Mr. Jackson, we're not there yet. I went home and kind of looked at this too again, so I haven't gotten there yet.
So how would it read?
We can vote it up or vote it down.
I just want to know how it's read. How,
Oh, we're just gonna put grants in parentheses.
okay.
So there is a request.
And I guess we can put to include grants. We can just add language then, the local government effectively and officially to include grants.
I think that's better. Put it in
So put to
parentheses,
include,
makes it seem-
and put it in parentheses, to include grants in parentheses. But I know we had that.
So there's a motion to make a wording change in the language to include grants.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
do you all want to make all of the, jot all of the changes that you might have and then do one amendment with those changes, that being one? And because you may have others, and
Okay.
instead of
All
continuing
right.
That's what we
to,
did. We didn't do that?
Yeah, but I went home and looked at it, we did, and I went home and looked at it again, and that's why I'm,
The minutes,
The consensus.
yeah, the minutes capture what everyone agreed on, up here, and, you know.
but we didn't vote at that time, so now is the time, if we have any changes, that we can make changes. Am I correct, Attorney?
you're correct, and so all I'm
Oh, okay.
suggesting right now is that if you would maybe put them all in, that way you're not going back and motion second and.
Right.
Because you're
Right.
still gonna have to go back to the main motion after it's over, so you do the amendments and you do the amendments in one swoop. So that's one suggestion, if
Okay.
that passes, unless you all want to do it separately, you have that option
now
as
we can
well.
do it together. It would probably take a little
Save
quicker
time.
time.
Okay, also, on number 9,
Motion in a second, right?
oh, so she just said do them all at one time, so,
If you if there was consensus, if you don't think there's consensus, then I guess you can do them individually, but if there's consensus on what is being stated, it would be easier just to make one motion once everybody gives their feedback. And even at the end of it, you could say, well, yeah, with the exception of, or, you know, something like that, but.
okay, on the other one, the next one, that's, the last one that says, appropriately monitors and manage physical activities of the operation. I know in the, we agreed to add execute grants appropriately, so what we can do to get rid of all of those words where it says appropriate, we can just say appropriately execute, monitors and manage physical activities of the organization to include contracts and audits, and then we won't have to have that last one that we wanted to add. That last one that says execute grants appropriately. So we can just add the words appropriately, we have it already there, execute, just add the word execute after appropriately, monitors and manage physical activities of the organization to also include contracts and audits. And then we won't need that additional one that we had talked about.
Managing the physical activities is actually the action of executing it. I'm just appropriately executes, monitors, and manages physical activities of the organization.
but it haven't been being done, so after, I'm just trying to make sure that it is done to include contracts and audits and all of that, to make sure we're covering everything. It is for physical activities, but I wanted to include contracts and audits. If that's the consensus, if not.
On that particular wording, do we have a consensus to add that? We need a
Just
second
add the
and a
word
minimum.
execute. Just add the word execute.
I think she.
No,
more-
execute,
Appropriately execute, monitor, and manage
physical activities of the
Okay.
organization to also include contracts and audits.
Contracts and audits are fiscal activities of the organization.
So here, I guess,
Yes, because
that there's an IE, like things like as in, but, I just wanna make sure the language would be, if it's approved by you all, appropriately execute, removing, no S at the end, execute, comma, monitor, and manage, take out the S off of, manages, and manage, and the rest of it would be the same, is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But i.e. contracts to add, you know,
The IE is there, so.
mm-hmm. Contracts and audits.
Okay,
Because you initially said to include,
and,
Yeah, but
To
but the
also-
attorney said i.e., so I
Okay.
guess
Yeah,
it's
you
all
don't-
the same. We don't have to put i.e.
No, IE is fine.
Okay.
It's such as.
Such as, okay.
Yeah. So there could be other things that.
Okay,
fall
yeah.
under that.
Okay,
so we're not gonna have the wording to also include, you're just gonna leave.
no,
the remaining
I think
sentence.
the include language went with the second one, which was available funds and then, and grants in parentheses,
Right.
grants to include, that's what they included.
Just
No?
say-
two separate
Okay.
bullets.
Yeah, so-
Did you have it in the second paragraph?
yes, I had it in the
Okay.
second, yeah, the
Making
second
sure.
bullet. Yeah, it's in the second bullet to
Okay.
include, yes,
Okay, got
So
great.
you wanna keep it as what you said,
i.e.,
or you wanna take out the IE?
No, I'm putting in the i.e. and take out the to include and just put i.e.
So just
contracts,
leave
grants,
it-
and what's up.
Leave the end as it is and just put appropriately executes, monitors, and manages, and the rest of it remains the
No,
same,
take
correct?
the S off of manage, it's just manage.
No, and then you're gonna put the i.e. contracts and audits in there, right?
So if you-
all the verbs are singular.
Yeah, English class now.
Yeah. Well, we got a lot of, we need to go back over, because there's a lot of words in there that's need to add, like the will should be willing, so I didn't wanna, go into all of that, but that needs to be corrected in here as well. All right, okay, so the next one was number 10. I know this was one we talked about, number 10.
Number 10. Item 10.
Which,
Palm Beach County,
Legislative development.
Palm Beach County,
Outreach.
Outreach State. and,
She never said it yet.
Where it says create partnerships, come down to the last, where it says secure funds from county, should it be from the county? And create interlocal agreements, so should we add Palm Beach County there, or just the county?
because Palm Beach County is mentioned in the beginning, so you guys left that as is, because it's mentioned in the beginning that it's Palm Beach County.
So can we put from the county, add the word the there, so it can be a complete sentence from the county, if you don't mind. And successful address, future priorities.
Right, see how you wrote that one, see how you did the IE on that one successfully? That's what she was talking about for the one we previously talked about, I like that one. And, let's see, okay, okay, and my last one, that was the next one I wanted to talk about was number 8. I know we talked about this, and my question was, reading this, and I know Mr. Commissioner Bolden said, you talked to the city manager in regards to it, and I know we also said, if it doesn't fit, just mark zeros, it won't count for you, against you. I don't feel comfortable with that. So my recommendation was to remove number 8, because how would we be able to give him scores on this, and we are not at the city every day, and we can't get involved with day-to-day operation. So how would we be able to give scores on number 8? So my recommendation was to remove number 8.
The whole section of fiscal management?
No, number 8.
Supervision, number 8.
No, supervision.
Okay, I'm looking at the wrong,
So we would have 10 instead of 11.
I think so.
I'll say this, in being in and out of the office, not necessarily getting involved in anything, you can see his interactions, with staff at times. I just think that's a matter of kind of what I mentioned earlier, or in a previous meeting, just being around enough to actually see some of these things. Like I said, I don't think it's necessarily speaking to or getting involved in anything. It's just when you walk in there, you can see him interacting with staff. I mean, I can't when I go in there. Until I can see him and I'm sitting and waiting, I can see him interacting with staff. I can see staff respond to him. Those are some things I can observe by being there.
So let me ask a question. Let's look at the first one. Encourage heads of departments to make decisions within their jurisdiction with minimum city manager environment. How would you know that from just walking in there? Because I'm just trying to get an
If you're
idea.
around them enough, you'll see it. All I'm saying is, I think the question that needs to be asked is, are we around and meeting with the city manager enough to observe some of these things?
No, I'm not going.
Because I know I am.
No, I'm not, because I'm not trying to get involved
It's
and
not a
accused
matter
of
of
with
getting
day-to-day
involved.
operations.
It's
So
not a
no,
matter
I'm
of-
not. I don't really go up to City Hall like that. I don't. So that's why I'm saying, for me, I'm just trying to figure out, how would I be able to know that he encouraged teamwork, innovation, and effective problem solving among staff members? How would I know that when I go in there, I'm going to see him, not staff? So how would I know that with staff, that he's doing that with staff?
Mr. Scott, just in your regular day, being in the basketball practices and things like that, do you observe the coaches collaborating, working together, looking like they're happy to be there and working with our children? Are those some of the things that you observe while you're just simply at the gym?
Yeah, but the difference is, if I'm sitting there, I can see them collaborating, I can see them working out strategies and doing stuff. But what she's saying, it's the same way that I feel. I don't really go to the city hall because I believe that the city manager know his job. I don't have to control him. I don't have to. Absolutely. He don't have to look over his shoulder and say, "Oh well, Scott, come today and no, I'm not supervising him from there." And I understand what she was saying too. When it come down to the staff, if I can't speak to him about anything, so I feel like I can evaluate him about the way that he's carried the day to day. I mean, for what I see, they seem happy to me, but I'm just still saying I don't want to evaluate him from that.
This pretty, the rationale that's being discussed now, pretty much, you can look throughout all of these areas and apply the same thing. So I'm not suggesting that, you're suggesting that we throw all of the sections out, but just look at number 7, based on your rationale, Vice Mayor. applies, number 2, applies an appropriate level of supervision to improve any areas of substandard performance. How do you measure that?
I can measure that if I'm looking around, I'm gonna use Public Works. If I'm walking around the city and I'm looking at the city, I can tell whether supervision is taking place or not, because if they're being properly supervised and we're walking around and we're seeing the city that looks a certain way, then I know. When I went into City Hall the other day, staff up front eating. So I'm just saying, for examples, if that, to me, if supervision has been taking place and this has been going over, then I would know that, hey, yeah, I can.
Not necessarily.
For me, I'm just saying for me.
Okay, well,
for me.
based on what you're suggesting here, I can supervise, in that same scenario, I can supervise department heads in any department. The actual carrying out of that supervision becomes an act or non-act of that department.
Mm-hmm.
It does not reflect my supervision of that department.
Who does it reflect? Who would it reflect then?
It reflects the carrying out of the supervision. I don't provide, and it just goes back to what we were just talking about a minute ago. Encourage heads of departments to make decisions within their jurisdictions with minimal city manager involvement. Just like Commissioner Scott mentioned a minute ago, he's not in the business of micromanaging the manager, nor is the manager in the business of micromanaging department heads and staff.
Let me just add to that. When I'm looking at number 7, it says applies an appropriate level of supervision to improve any areas of substandard performance. As commissioner, sometimes I'm riding through, as a commissioner, sometimes I'm just riding through the city, and I may be just looking at certain areas like park or whatever. I may not say anything to the staff, but I will bring that to the city manager's attention if that's appropriate.
Absolutely.
And that's where I think that's the way that we can monitor that particular one in 7.
So,
I'm just using this as an example.
Are
If
you-
you
are
run
you-
around and see the park and the grass is not cut, or for example, the water park is not operating during the normal hours that it should be operating, and different things like that. I think those are two
let's see if we
different.
can get a consensus. Or anyone seconding the vice mayor motion to eliminate number 8 altogether, supervision?
Just
I
read
second
all
it.
of them. Okay. So he seconded it.
Okay. That's a major change, so we're gonna go ahead and vote on that. We have a motion by the vice mayor to eliminate number 8, which would be supervision, because she feels she's unable to adequately determine his supervision without physically seeing it. And Commissioner
There's 10
Scott
more.
has seconded. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready
Yeah.
for a vote?
Okay, I seen one that kind of caught my attention. Let's sustain or improve staff performance by evaluating performance of staff members at least annually. I don't know if we want to get rid of that and setting goals and objectives for them.
Again, the
And I think
instruction
that could
tell-
probably still be
yeah,
fall under, I
would
could still
tell
do that
you
in the
if you
7.
can't adequately, you don't feel you can adequately, just don't score it. I don't think we're gonna find very many evaluation of a city manager that don't have the criteria supervision. I just won't see that very often. I don't know if I see it in any evaluation of a city manager evaluation. Any additional comments or questions? So we're gonna vote on this item, whether or not we're gonna delete it altogether or have it remain in the evaluation process. Call for a vote, City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Calvin Williams,
So we're voting to delete, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden,
No.
Commissioner McPherson,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
No. Motion passes. This item will be deleted from the city manager evaluation under supervision.
And I have one more question and I'll be done, Mayor Bab. Now, I noticed that the, part was removed, like how you add up all the scores and then you divide them. So how are we going to divide them and what are we going to do as far as to come up with a score? Because I noticed just initials has been put there. So how are we going to do that? Because we're not keeping that where you take all of, where you take each, one, like number one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you have a possibility of getting a 25, and you take that score and divide it by 5. So I noticed that has been removed. So how are we going to use a grading system to determine what their score is going to be, since that has been removed, which I would agree with going back with what was on the samples that we were given, where you take and add up all of the values, subtotal, and then divide them by how many that we have. Because I noticed just initials have been put there.
If I may, just point of correction, it wasn't removed, it wasn't there.
Well,
So
okay,
when
well,
it was provided, the scoring wasn't there for the city manager's evaluation.
okay, well, then I move that we add, for the, each category, that, we add that we can add up the values above and then divide it by however many subcategories how many bullet points that we have.
So does a score of 0 hurt the city manager in the evaluation, or are we not?
Well,
How are we adjusting?
Yeah, if they get a 0, it's added in, because I know that's why I want to take out the supervision part to be fair, because I don't want to have to give a 0 for something that I'm not evaluating on, so whatever is on here will count.
I'm asking, but for that item that you place a 0 on, are you counting
Yes, it will be
that?
yes, it
So
will be
if it's
counted
something
because it's
that
a
you
part.
cannot evaluate, you're going to penalize the city
That's why I
manager?
was asking that everything that I can evaluate, that's why I was asking, that's why I, as a commissioner, was asking that it be removed, that we should only be putting things on the evaluation tool that we can evaluate, so we shouldn't run into that.
So
Because
we
I
can't
think
divide by
anything
the
that's
number
on,
of scores that we actually have and not penalize
with an
for
average.
something we can't evaluate them on personally?
no, I think everything that's on here, we agreeing to it, this is our evaluation tool, that we should be able to evaluate them on, that's why we're creating an evaluation tool. So if we can't see it, that's why we're talking about it now. If we don't think we can see it, we should be removing it.
Which means that you're saying everything that you cannot evaluate personally should be removed from there?
That's what I just,
Like I
I didn't
said.
see anything else that I could not evaluate on from going through it, after going over it, looking through it again.
I have a question. Why are we using 0 when if it doesn't apply, we can put NA if we have anything that's left on here?
And not
Because
penalize.
my understanding,
But there's no 0 anyway, it's 1 through 5. So I guess
yeah,
we'll
that's what I'm
put
saying.
NA.
Somebody said 0, but my question is, we're gonna be doing an average. I mean, say we go through, say 1 through 5, give a 1 through 5, and then at the end of that, you're gonna get an average score.
For each category.
Not for each category. Your total score is gonna equal up to a certain amount. If I'm understanding this
Commissioner
correctly.
McPherson, what I was
Somebody-
asking
uh-huh.
was, will you put your NA, which means that
It won't apply.
it won't count against, that's what I was asking, that's the question I was asking. Does the NA count against the city manager in the evaluation, or do you not count that particular item when you're tallying and dividing up your numbers to get the average? This is what I'm asking.
The instructions as presented tonight and conceptually approved in the workshop, if you do not have enough information to rate the city manager on a particular characteristic, leave it blank.
Right, yeah.
Blanks will not be included in the numerical scoring,
Thank you.
but the number of blanks for that characteristic will be recorded.
So that's what this saying, and we're trying to fix it now, right, city manager, the commission, we're trying to come up to an agreement whether we're going to keep these directions, or we coming up with, that's what we're coming up with our own now.
This evaluation form includes 2 parts. a quantitative score sheet covering multiple categories of performance criteria, and a narrative comments section. A summary of the score sheet results and all narrative comments will be distributed to the commission members and will be used as a basis for city manager's overall performance. In the score sheets, again, as conceptually agreed upon, each of the categories contain multiple statements that describe a behavior standard in that category. For each statement, rate the city manager's performance along the following scale: 5 to 1, with 5 being excellent, 4 above average, 3 average, 2 below, 1 poor. As it stands now, there's no zero numerical number assigned to the instructions.
So we just leave it blank, but we don't count it.
So can we put NA instead of leaving it blank? Can we just put NA then? So can it say, instead of saying blank, the city manager on a particular characteristic, can we just put NA and take the blank away?
Really doesn't matter. My point was any blanks or NAs should not automatically count against.
But it says blanks will not be included, but the number of blanks for that characteristic be recorded. So what does that mean? They're gonna be
Tally
recorded?
up the number of blanks and just record it, and that's it. Don't.
So
just
what's the
tally-
purpose of recording them?
Just to tally up the number of blanks. It doesn't count when you're calculating the scores. You can just say we got 6 blanks in this evaluation. Maybe there'll be 5 next time. 4 the time after that.
Okay, so how are we gonna do each one? We add them all up and then dividing them?
By the number of actual scores, yes.
You get your average.
I don't think they're gonna be fair.
Hmm?
I think we should just add up each section and divide them. And then at the end, add all your totals up by and then divide them by the 12. You could probably get a more accurate score.
Minus the blanks.
Then you can't count blanks.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
So we wouldn't have,
Tell me
we'll
if you
have
do every
only
section.
10 now. So we'll have 10 instead of 11. So you're saying have a score for each characteristic, for each subtopic?
They're gonna be different because if you leaving it blank and someone else filling it in, their score gonna be higher.
Right.
And you got blanks there, your score gonna be lower, but they're gonna have, just say, in section 1, you can get 25 points if someone give them all 5s. And then you only do 3 of them, and you give them all 5, you get 15 points. It ain't gonna add up to the same number of points. That's why you have to do sections.
Okay. If we're making a record,
I think what we if we're gonna get an average, we're gonna have one city manager, and that average score should come out to be either excellent, above average, or below, or poor, based on the numbers that you have or that you're utilizing. If I'm understanding this correct, I think we're making this a little bit more difficult.
No, so I was just asking, are we gonna add them all? I didn't see anything that says how we was gonna get the score. That's why I was asking. So we're gonna add them all up, and then I was just asking, what are we gonna use after that to determine whether it's a 5, 4, 3, 2, or 1? That's the only thing I was asking. So what are we doing? So yes, we're gonna give them all the scores, but then how, I was just asking so that everyone can be clear, how are we going to determine it?
My suggestions, example, number 1, we go through, we give 5, 4, 3, 5, 5. Then at the end of this, we calculate all of those, and you come out with an average of what his overall performance. would
And
be.
divide them by however many categories,
and divide
how many
them by
numbers?
10.
Okay. Divide them by 10?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
'cause
took
we
out
only have 10,
you took out one.
If you have NAs,
So,
or whatever, all of the numbers rather, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
how you gonna divide it by 10?
the NA, what you're saying is, we're not counting the NA, 18.
It's not gonna be counted
It's not
in the
counted.
average.
If I may,
Eliminate that.
you can chime in if you want to, but based on how the instructions read, it appears that HR will probably, still tally this up for you and provide that sheet to you guys. So even if there's difficulty in like getting it calculated, something will be provided back to you, just like how it was when, you did the 6-month evaluation for the city manager. So it's the same thing.
I want to be clear, though. I hear what you're saying, leaving it to HR, but I want to be clear to know how it's going to be done.
Because this is the same thing.
Okay, I just want to be clear how it's going to be done. We add them all up. He say then divide them by 10 so the HR can know that this is how how the commission has voted and agreed upon how to do it.
No, my question, well, I was trying to wait till she finished, but my question is, this thing, once we turn these in, there's an automated system that's gonna calculate
Absolutely.
everything. That's,
Okay, so
And
we
I
don't have
believe
to do
that's
it.
why the instructions were written the way
Exactly.
they
Do what? What system gonna automatically do it?
Sheets.
and we would get a copy of that,
Yes.
Yeah, the
once
instructions
the,
spell that out.
the calculation.
So my question still is, how is that system going to calculate it? That's what I want to be aware of. How is the system going to do it? I know McPherson say divided by 10. Is that what that system they're using going to do?
Basic mathematics, but by the regular mathematics, how you would come up with an average of the total amount or whatever your scores are, however many bullets you have, and you divide it by that. And,
Oh, I know you said 10, which one?
well, 10, it'll be more than 10.
It's
because
more
you
than
got
10
more
because you
than-
got all those bullets, right?
More than
Just saying,
one
if
thing, bullet
you
in each.
score 10, then those are the ones that you're going to count. the 10
I think without being repetitive, we have an HR department that will score and evaluate and calculate your findings. And those results will be clearly explained when you get your results back, how it was calculated, what methodology was used, if you want to be that specific in details. And it shouldn't be a hard understanding on how the scores are developed.
It's not, but I want to be clear, Mr. Jackson. I don't want the HR department to decide how it's going to be done and tell me about it later. I want to know upfront, because this is our responsibility to come up with an evaluation tool and how we're going to come up with the evaluation for the city manager and the clerk. So I want to be clear on
What's
how it's going
unclear?
to be done.
What's unclear?
Because there are several different ways that we can do this, so that's why I'm asking. I don't want her to tell me later, oh, I decided to use this way, and oh, I decided to do that way. I want to know from this commission.
What do you recommend, Vice Mayor?
What I recommended was that we take each category, like number 1, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a possibility that you can get 5 points. Okay, so whatever your score is, just say if it's a 20, divide that by 5. There's the score for that area. Because when we look at the other questions, it asks about areas of weakness. And so if we have a score, and say your score for number 1, I'm just gonna say is a 2.5. So it asks about what are your areas of weakness. You see what I'm saying? Or what are your areas of strength? We will be able to look at it and say, oh, okay, in 1 he made a 2.3, or in 3 he made a 3.5. And so what I'm saying is, do it that way, and then when we get to the end, take whatever your score is, all of them, and add them up, and then divide them by that 10. Whatever your score was for each, all 10, whatever that total is, and then divide it by 10. That's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, that's a commission decision.
I have a question. The program that the human resource use, is it possible that that can be sent to our computer and we can do our own thing, then it'll give us our calculation and give us the option whether we want to turn out. We can turn it in the paper and let him input it, or we can take it as a program we can share with us on our computer. where we can go ahead and do it, and because I'm familiar with the process that we used to do in the Department of Correction. Everything was automated, and then when you did it, you just printed it out.
Right, because I want to do my own. That's my responsibility. I don't want the clerk to do mine for,
No,
I mean,
I'm
not the
saying
clerk,
you
but
will be
HR.
you will be doing your own if it's automated. I don't know if we have that capability. I'm just asking a question.
No,
That way
I
it
think
could
so.
eliminate a lot of wondering, because you'll see your score, it'll automatically tally it up.
Okay.
So that was my suggestion.
I
Just
don't
from
know.
the
Could we
sample.
just check and see if?
That's like, I was just looking at using that sample that Mayor Bab gave us when we did the one for the clerk, and they did theirs the same way. That's what I was suggesting that we use. From the sample that Mayor Bab gave us for the one for the clerk, that we use that same, how they would come up with the score, the same way. So that's what I was suggesting. Well, you add the value above and enter the subtotal and divide it by how many, you know, what your score is for that category.
Okay. Vice Mayor Cowens-Williams has suggested that we change the way that the scoring is calculated by using the same method that we use for the city clerk.
It's not on hers though, so we'll have to look at that when we get to it, because they did theirs, that one the same way as the city manager, so I don't know if that would be the appropriate motion, Mayor Bab, because it's not like that on hers. They're using the same one as the city manager for scoring system. So I guess it was from this sample, but the way it's typed up, it's not typed up like this. Hers is typed up as the same as the city manager, but this is the one that I was suggesting that we use, like the sample you showed.
Just point of order, in the workshop on February 18th, you guys instructed that we use the format from the city manager, so I just transferred everything over with all the respective categories that everybody requested. So, and then it was not, those scorings wasn't adding there because based on the instructions, it's not gonna add up, so.
What you mean it's not gonna add, what do you mean it's not gonna add up?
It's not gonna add up if it's telling you to leave something blank. So I used the format based on what you guys told me back in February, the same format.
Right, the format,
that
but
was
not the,
instructions. You
yeah.
guys used the sample as a guide, but you told me, you said. to
Yeah,
use-
that sample, but
Yeah.
for as, for as the, getting the scores, that's what I'm suggesting, yes.
So do you want to just add blank lines at the bottom? Two
No, I
blank
want you to
lines with
add-
divide, and then
No.
you come up with your scoring? How
And I
would
want you to add the values above and enter the subtotal and divide by whatever that, however many in that category equals, and that's the score for this category. That's what's on this here sample. I'm reading it right from that, so that's what I would like for it to say.
Yes, I understand that, so.
Huh?
This is a commission decision, so.
They can vote it up or vote it down. I mean,
Are there a second to Commissioner Vice Mayor Williams' suggestion of how we should score this evaluation by utilizing the sample that was used during our discussion of the city clerk evaluation? I don't know if everybody following it, because I'm not even following it, but I'm trying to.
oh, I brought mine with me to look at from the workshop.
Okay. I'm just asking, was there a second? If not, we're gonna use what we currently have. If you got a second, then we can at least vote on it. Okay, for lack of a second, we're gonna continue with this going and align this city HR person to calculate our scoring based on our rating. Let's move back to the.
So I have another question then. Okay, you said it, so whenever she get it, so can you explain to me what is hers that she's going to use? I just wanna know for me.
We can, I think the city
So can the city
manager-
manager explain to me what is it that HR is going to use?
I'll provide that to you through the clerk.
So how we vote on something that we don't even know what she's using?
This same tool has been used in my research for the last maybe 10+ years, and that's the same process as suggested.
I haven't seen it, because we asked the clerk to send some previous evaluations, and then maybe if I had those, I would have known. So I'm just asking. I haven't seen them to see what was used in the last 10 years. I don't know. That's why I was asking.
Are you able to stop by City Hall and have the clerk
I just
go
asked her to
over the
eat.
process?
I
Not
sent
now,
the
I can't.
samples of what was requested.
From the
But
previous,
that wasn't requested. What was requested was samples for the evaluation tool. That was sent.
no,
But
we
Carlos
said in the last
Manuel-
meeting, Mayor Bab, I said, can you please send some that the last commission, I did ask that, and I said, can you please send some from the last commission where they've evaluated city managers and just deduct their names? Yes,
And
yeah.
I know Carlos Manuel did one, and he sent back to you guys 6 months ago. Well, not 6 months.
Not
whenever
to
you
me.
Performed, yeah, all the commissioners, with the exception of Commissioner Scott, were up here, and you guys did evaluation on the city manager for 6 months. That was provided to you guys, so.
Yeah, and in addition to that, the document that we were working off of during the workshop, it was the exact same document that we've used in the past 10 years. The only difference was that there were no previous city managers or city clerks' names on the document. It was the exact same document.
We're gonna go ahead and vote on the 2 changes, I believe, that we did. Overall, ask for, cause we grouped the changes all together, so we wouldn't vote on individual changes. We would continue at this point to have the evaluation rated by HR based on our scoring system. And if needed, we can request through the city manager that the HR director can come at one of our meetings to explain that, so we'll have that information up front.
Mayor
at the
Bab.
Well, I have a
future agenda.
question, Mayor Bab, before we vote on the narrative questions then, because look like they're different as well. We have 3 questions, and I thought one of them was, I see the first one says, what would you identify as the city manager's strength? And I also thought there was one for weakness, but I noticed that one is not there anymore. So can we add that? Let me find the other questions. I thought we had something on there, like what, performance area would you identify, areas of weakness or something? We don't have anything, like, we just have, these 3 questions, and I would just like to,
Basically, I think number 2 is kind of suggesting that what suggestion or assistance you can offer to the city manager.
or
If you
can we
got a
update it to
weak
say,
area, you put that under that category.
so can we word it, says, what areas would you identify most critical for improvement then, something like that, or areas of weakness? What? Because then this says, i.e. priorities, expectations, or specific objectives for upcoming year. But we're talking about like areas of weakness for now, not the upcoming year.
Could we use the same question as the first one and just put weakness instead of strength?
We
Keep
can,
it simple.
we can. But it wouldn't be expressed in terms of principal results achieved during this rating period, would you?
Is
Would you say-
weaknesses during the rating
What
period
would
as
you
well as
identify
strength
as
during
the
the
areas
same rating
of
period?
weakness?
This is all during that rating period, whether it's his strengths or observed
Yes,
weaknesses. So-
yes, I'm sorry, yes, you're right. So use number 1 for number 2.
Just change one word.
And change one word into weaknesses.
Did you repeat that? I'm not following.
For number 1,
Mhm.
what would you identify as the city manager's strength expressed in terms of the principal results achieved during this rating? You'll just switch it, you'll use that for number 2 and just put weaknesses there and remove strengths and put weaknesses there.
So it'll be 4
And get
questions.
rid of what's there.
You getting rid of the second one?
Yes.
Okay.
Getting rid of the
You-
second one and just replacing it with with number 1 and just putting areas of weakness there.
There's a second on that?
I'll
With you. Okay. Okay. Let's make a motion, Vice Mayor, and just list the changes that you have suggested.
Okay, I
including the
move that
last
on
one.
the narrative evaluation, that we strike the second question. What suggestions or assistance can you offer on the city manager, i.e. priorities, expectations, or specific objectives? We strike that and add, what would you identify as the city manager's areas of weakness expressed in terms of the principal results achieved during the rating period? Not achieved, in terms of the principal results during the rating period. Scratch achieved.
Include the other 2 that we're adding, so it'd be one motion altogether.
Oh, okay.
So, for clarity, and I think you've said it, but I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying, or you suggesting. So under the narrative, there's no, what suggestions or assistance can you offer the city manager, i.e. priorities, expectations, or specific objectives for upcoming year? You're suggesting to eliminate that question altogether?
Yes.
And my suggestion would be to keep it and just still add a second bullet point, which would be the weakness. It's no use.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Need to
then, if
really
you wanna
just
do that.
take that out altogether. So we're gonna keep that narrative part, but we're gonna add to the narrative, we're gonna have 4 bullet points. The second one would be weakness. Just how we got the same statement up top that shows the city manager's strengths, we're gonna have a second category for weakness. Same sentence, basically. The only thing different is say weakness versus strength. We're gonna keep strength, we're gonna add weakness to the second one, and we're gonna keep the third bullet point and the 4th one.
So we have 4.
4 areas of, narrative, yes.
We have a motion in a second.
He told me to add the rest of them. And also under number 9, physical management, to include in the second bullet point at the end, to say to include grants. And at the last bullet point, to say appropriate execute, monitor, and manage physical activities or the organization, i.e. contracts and audits.
So we're all clear, that was, the vice mayor motion. Who's seconding that for the total?
Second.
Commissioner Bolden, second. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Calvin Williams?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson?
Yes.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to resolution 2025-35. City Attorney. 33?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, you need to,
33.
if you don't mind going back to the main,
Okay.
motion, please, for passage on the main motion. You've done the amendments.
Right.
To go back on the main motion and
To accept the resolution.
accept the resolution.
Okay, and that will be 33, right?
32.
32. All right.
And it was motion by Commissioner Bowden and second by Vice Mayor Calvin Williams.
I thought we just voted on it.
No, we voted on the changes.
Those were the
You voted on
amendments.
the amendment.
Okay, now we'll move to resolution 2025-32 to include the amendments that we made.
Second.
We already had a second.
So we just voted.
So,
We just need to vote.
okay,
And so that'll be accept the resolution 2025-32 with the amendments.
right.
We need to vote on it.
Yes. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bowden,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Calvin Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Next, we'll have Resolution 2025-33.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, approving and adopting an evaluation tool for the city clerk as set forth in Exhibit A, providing for adoption of representations, providing for conflict, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation?
Yes, sir. This resolution, 2025-33, does the exact same thing for the clerk as you just approved and adopts an evaluation tool for the city clerk as defined and determined by commission during multiple workshops in February and June of this year.
It has been properly read into the minutes by our city attorney and properly explained by our city manager for the adoption of resolution 2025-33. I'll entertain a motion.
Maybe I move to accept resolution number 2025-33.
Oh, I second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Bowden and properly seconded by Vice Mayor Williams for the adoption of this resolution. Call for questions.
Yep. Number 7, where it says, I don't understand that, city clerk completes the city manager's agenda posting process in accordance with the city. Would that be commission? These are commission meetings? For number 7, the first one?
City clerk completes the city.
Number 7, the first bullet. City commission, agenda minutes. Says city clerk completes the city manager's agenda. Because that should be the commission.
That was just taken directly from the sample. It's up to you guys to,
I'm saying that, shouldn't that say commission? Because the commission are the ones, these are commission.
I think she said she
Meeting.
just pasted a copy of it up. So,
City
yeah,
Attorney,
we can
you can
change it.
give a little
I know, but it still
clarification.
need to be
She's
corrected.
asking, should that say city commission agenda or city manager agenda?
I guess it depends. If it is the city manager putting together the agenda for the commission, then I think that's what that's intended to mean, but you all can change it to whatever you want to. So
Or-
if you wanted to have city commission agenda, you can.
Just
change
say
it to that too.
agenda.
Yeah, it can be the agenda then, yeah.
We'll just say agenda without being specific. That's it.
But with city policy, take the commission out of there.
Uh,
According to city policy.
Yeah, I didn't understand this other part where it says
if other department staff has provided their work products on time, I don't understand that part, where it says if the city clerk gonna complete the agenda, posting process in accordance with the city policy. Explain that other part to me. Does that mean if, I guess, she doesn't get it in time, whatever she's supposed to be getting? So to post the agendas, I guess my question is, she has to get stuff from the department, the staff, in order to post the agenda? Help me understand that part.
Yeah, as I explained last workshop, the city clerk does not complete the agenda in a vacuum. It's dependent on city manager, city attorney, city clerk, and department heads. All play a part in developing the agenda.
So then this part need to be scratched in, because that's saying if she doesn't get it, it's not gonna be posted on time, so who's gonna be held responsible for getting it posted on time? Because on here it's saying, I mean, this is how I'm interpreting it. If other department staff has provided their work products on time to the office of the clerk. So it's saying if she doesn't get it, she's not gonna be able to post it in a timely manner. That's based on policy. That's what I'm reading here.
Okay, if it's not provided, then she won't post it.
The agenda?
She won't post that particular item.
But that's not what this is saying. This is talking about the agenda. This says the city clerk completes the city agenda. We're talking about the agenda.
I know in the workshop, it probably should have been removed, so if you guys want to remove it, just take it out.
I'm just asking the question, so does that mean the agenda will not get posted?
No, it's not, this does not mean that. It means that if, and ultimately it's gonna be removed, and I recommend the same, but this means that one particular item where it might be on the agenda, it can't be on the agenda if it's not provided in a timely manner. It's not saying the whole entire agenda will not be provided.
But that's what we're talking about, Mr. Jackson, the agenda. So we'll remove that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or just use the word items, agenda items.
I would just rather have it
Okay.
removed.
Let me see.
We're doing by consensus very quick. Is a second on that, so we'll know.
I second it,
Okay.
take it out.
Any other changes, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I saw on number 2. Wait, maybe she has it on here. Hold on. I just went through all of this. Where was it at? Also, I'm back to my question for number 2. I know we were in the workshop and it didn't, so are we back to the part I want to add it? So I guess here, I guess we can vote on it whether we want it or not, where it said what I was asking. Provide all agenda items and material. I know Mr. Jackson keeps saying that's impossible and it's not gonna be done within the 5 days based on that resolution. Are we, you said, Mayor Babin, I know you said just because it's a policy, it doesn't mean that we have to follow it. So we can vote it up or vote it down. I would still like to add that to make sure that we're following policy. To number 2, the last one, provide all agendas and materials within the 5 days based on the resolution that we have in place. So we can vote it up or vote it down.
I know, given the challenges, or we did discuss that being an actual goal.
And I basically have that as a goal for the, well, not so much the 5 days, but as,
Well,
in a
we can-
timely manner.
I'm talking about the 5 days. I'm talking about the resolution that we have. We can vote it up or vote it down. So I move that we add, provide all agenda items and material within 5 days based on the resolution. We can vote it up or down. May not get a second.
I think that goes back to what I mentioned a minute ago. This is an evaluation tool for the city clerk. The city clerk, again, is not the only responsible entity for providing the agenda within a 5-day period. And I'm not sure of the history based on the other resolution that you're referencing. But it becomes quite difficult, and I'm not speaking for her, I'm actually speaking for myself as well, and for the city attorney. It becomes difficult for one out of the three to be evaluated on something that all three, and to some extent, staff plays a role in. I think that was the bulk of the conversation, and most of it went towards making that a goal as opposed to an evaluation tool, as a part of the evaluation tool.
Okay. Vice Mayor, you heard from both the Vice Mayor and the City Manager, his explanation of that, but we have to give due process, and if there's a second, we'll move this for the vote to include the 5 days. I think at our workshop, we did determine that we shouldn't penalize the city clerk for that when there's multiple hands responsible for that. And we did suggest that that would be a goal, and I do have it as one of my goals that I would introduce when we get to the goal setting, to have that as a goal of doing it in 5 days, so we can work toward it.
I'm with the having the agenda out in 5 days, but I'm just not with evaluating one person on it. And I think we should just move that question out of there. Because if we're not going to evaluate everyone, then it's not, to me, it's just not fair to evaluate one person.
And that's the conclusion we came up with at the workshop, but since we wasn't voting technically at the workshop, that's why it's reappearing now again. So unless there's a majority that need it, we'll keep it as, just remove it all together.
Yep.
So you can.
Remove what?
Remove the question. So if we're not going.
Which question?
The one about the agenda.
It's not on there.
That's not on now.
Just making a motion.
It's not even on now.
Which question was you referring to?
It's not on there. I was trying to add it. It's not on there.
Oh, no.
Okay. It appears again, we don't have a consensus on adding that as a performance evaluation with the 5 days. That's the ordinance called for. So we'll move.
Okay.
Not to.
For number 3, the first one, we said remove that and individual as a body. And we said it'll just read city clerk works with the city commission as a body.
Just a quick second if we can get there, okay. Did you have any additional recommendation, Vice Mayor?
Yes, for, the last one under number 3, where it says city clerk timely maintains public disclosure on the website as required by law, can we put i.e. agendas, minutes, audits, and budget on there? Because those are some things that are supposed to go on the website. So can we add that, please?
Which bullet point is yours?
Number 3.
I don't believe that that's required by law to be posted, but we just do it as a city.
What you mean, to put the budget on the website?
We put it up there, but you're saying.
Okay, I would like to add those items.
i.e. agenda, minutes, audits, and budget.
Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Before we reference it as law, could we
Well,
do-
take the law part out. I
Okay.
would just like to have that, added. Agenda items, minutes, audits, and budget.
And you're saying to add that to the 5th bullet under number 3?
Mm-hmm.
Because a public disclosure would be more like a notice.
Number, what was this at? Number 3, the last one at number 3. Where it says city clerk timely maintains public disclosures.
Mm-hmm.
On the
Those
website.
are like notices and legal notices, public notices and legal notices.
Okay, I know I said something about the website, you know,
Yeah, that-
and this
yeah.
is what I was talking about as far as this kind of stuff being put on the website.
But those
That
are,
was something that I wanted on there.
yeah, but the public disclosures as required by law is like legal notices. It's not agendas.
Okay, well then, maybe I need to add another bullet then. Okay, city clerk ensures that the agendas, minutes, audits, and budget is posted on the website.
So that would be on the 3 communication.
A new budget.
That's the last bullet.
But, but anything else, Vice Mayor, are you gonna need to sum
No,
the 3
pretty
changes
much.
up and for a vote?
I think that was pretty much, let me just make sure. Which number that was? Let me ask a question for number 7, where it says commission minutes are provided to the city commission for approval within a reasonable time period. Can that say, which I know she's been doing it, but can it say city commission minutes are provided to the city commission on a monthly basis? Meaning make sure that we get them monthly? I know we have a reasonable time period there, but to make sure that we keep up with them and they don't fall behind. So I would like for that to say on a monthly basis. City commission minutes are provided to the city commission for approval on a monthly basis.
That's established by state statute, and it's not that detailed.
That's
So-
fine, but that's what I just
But
for
what you
me.
can't do, Vice Mayor, is supersede state statute by your recommendations. And we don't want to confuse any process that we develop in it being in conflict with state statute.
So can you explain to me what is reasonable then?
State statute defines it.
And what does that state statute say reasonable
Let
is?
me just jump in here. So state statute doesn't specifically define it. It does talk about a reasonable time. Cities can be more restrictive. They can't be more, they can't, if the state statute is set, but, I mean, I'm not recommending, I don't know that the city wants to do that, because there may be things that come up, there may be, could be transcription, however she does it, machine could break. So you may not want to do that, but but I don't want to leave it out there that you all can't be more restrictive.
But we
than
want to,
whatever
we
the-
can. Okay.
Whatever the state statute, because I don't want it to be quiet and then something else comes up and the same concept applies, so that's not accurate, but.
So we can put
but I'm
on a
not-
monthly
but I-
basis.
But I don't, just as your legal counsel, that's all I am. I don't know that you want to necessarily do that. However, you could do it if you chose to do it.
Okay. So that's what I wanted to put on a monthly basis. That's, I just saw that part, to make sure that we getting them.
We're gonna actually, anything that seem to be unsure whether there's a consensus for a overall vote, we'll vote on it. Are there a second on that? The vice mayor suggesting we add on a monthly basis.
Okay, second is another, she can do it.
It has been moved as second, we add under the bullet point on a monthly basis. We're gonna take a vote on that. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Calvin Williams.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden.
No.
Commissioner McPherson.
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
No. Motion passed by a unanimous, not a unanimous, a majority of 3 to 2 vote. So we'll add that on the city clerk's evaluation performance monthly basis.
I have a question for number 9. The second one that says, board and committee agendas are provided to the applicable boards and committees within 5 to 10 days of an applicable meeting. And then it has, if other department liaisons have provided their work products and time to the office of the clerk.
Much the same thing, just not too long ago.
Does the clerk have to be at all, at all, board, I mean, she has to be here, but what about committee meetings? And will that be her responsibility? Doesn't the boards, I know like the ZAP board has their own when they have all their members, they have a secretary, so would that be her responsibility?
Mr. Mayor?
Each board may have.
Yes.
So, generally speaking, the city is responsible for the minutes, keeping the minutes for meetings. So I'm not aware of, like, maybe you can assign somebody else from the city other than the clerk that might take minutes. That's done, but still the city in general is responsible for it. So all of the things would go to the clerk. Let's say if it's a board and it's the planning and zoning board and it's the planning and zoning department, a staff person normally takes the minutes or somehow from that board, and it's not the clerk. Those minutes still would need to be transmitted to the clerk for, whatever proper format and to be kept in the records and all of that. So it may not be necessarily the clerk. I'm not sure how the manager handles it here, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the clerk. But you have to assign somebody has to be assigned to every single board, because the city is responsible for maintaining those minutes. And so it has to be responsibility of somebody that the manager assigns.
So specifically, we're talking about the agendas, the board and committee agendas.
Yeah,
Yeah, so the commission, obviously.
yes,
clerk.
the commission.
But if
what I'm
it's
talking about.
the advisory board, the manager may assign it. It's just that you're not gonna have a resident taking the minutes and, being responsible for that. It would need to be a person that's assigned by the manager from the city, because it's the city's responsibility to maintain that data.
So that's why I'm asking that, because then that mean, will she be able to, would she be able to be at all those, meetings?
That's
I just know
impossible.
for the ZAP board, when I was on the ZAP board, I was the secretary. The clerk didn't have to be there, but I would type up the minutes and then send them to.
That
You
shouldn't
can't-
happen.
So what about
No.
the agenda though? Does the clerk have anything to do with the agenda for that board or advisory board?
The clerks generally post the agenda, so yes, they generally post the agenda, they notice it, make sure everybody's, available, the quorum for the date, all that. So the clerk is doing all of that. But in terms of the minutes, which I thought, the question was about, you don't want residents keeping their minutes.
So that means, I go back to my question then, so that means she would have to be at, anytime there's any kind of advisory board, you saying she would have to be there?
She
She
or
would.
someone,
Take the minutes or
or someone
someone.
appointed by the manager.
It's working fine as it is now, Vice Mayor. We have city staff at ZAP board, we have city staff at any, board that's function under the city's purview.
Okay. That was just a question I had, I wanted to know. And I think everything else looked at. Number 6 for number 10. Everything else, okay. I think everything else was fine.
Just go ahead and summarize your motion for any changes, and we'll vote on them all at once. I think there are 2, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. I don't remember which one. Oh, okay, I move that we strike, under communications, number 3, and individually as a body. That was one thing. Under number 3, the last one, we added city clerk posts agenda minutes, audits, and budgets, to the website. And under number 7, the city clerk completes the agenda. We striked out, city managers. And we striked out, if other department staff has provided their work products on time to the office of the city clerk. She said
So,
strike that out.
yeah, number 7 was taken out completely. The
Huh?
person was taken out.
Yeah, I think that was completely
To my,
taken.
if other department,
No, the whole thing was taken out.
First one on the number 7.
huh? No, we didn't get rid of the city clerk completes agendas posted in accordance with the city commission policy.
They did.
We didn't get rid of that. We got rid of the 5 days.
So
The
they
5
got rid
days
of-
didn't pass.
They removed the entire thing.
When? About the agenda? So the
Yeah.
city clerk is not gonna,
No, you took it
Co-
out.
huh?
You took it out.
Which number 1?
Yes, number 1 was
agenda.
removed.
So who
You
gonna do
didn't-
the
you didn't take
agendas
that
then?
out.
We didn't take, so who's gonna do the
I think you made
agenda?
some adjustments on it. The city clerk completes the agenda.
Posting process
Posting
in accordance with the
process in
city commission
accordance with the
policy.
commission
So if the
policy.
city clerk doesn't do it, who's gonna
And we
do it?
scratched out
was
that last
removed. That
part,
was
if
removed
any
at the
other
beginning of the
departments.
conversation.
Okay. Which one you want to say?
My God.
So we got rid of,
Which one you want?
one number 7 at the
Number
top.
7, number 1. We didn't get rid of that.
That was the one they said to,
We voted on that?
Completed this.
that was.
No,
the
I thought
We
she
consensus.
just
voted
took-
on
I-
that?
No, I think she just stopped that, just agenda, complete
The
agenda.
parentheses
Then
was
they took out
scratched out.
commissioner and they took out manager.
And it should read, the city clerk completes the
Agenda.
agenda.
The agenda posting process in
Yeah,
accordance with the city
accordance with
commission
the
City
policy.
commission.
Yeah, cause it took out
Policy.
commissioner and took out
And we
manager.
scratched out,
I thought
And
the
then we
whole
had
thing
the
was
whole
removed.
discussion about,
Yeah. I
that
thought
was
the
the
whole
5
thing was
days
removed. We
that
just,
she made a motion that did.
prior to that. Wow. We took it out, y'all took it out completely. We were discussing it and.
And we voted
Yeah,
to take,
It
to
was
take the,
consistent
to
to take
take,
that out.
No, we didn't.
how we can vote that out? Who would do the agendas then?
That was the same discussion we were having when we said it was not fair to add that to it, so that was.
That was the
removed.
5 days.
5 days.
Afterwards, you added the 5 days, but before that, it was a discussion to just take that out completely.
No, my motion, I didn't take anything out. My motion was to provide all agenda items within the 5 days based on the resolution, which we
Yes,
didn't get a
yes.
second for it.
Because you added that after, when they took that out, that's when you came back with the motion. It
No, that was
taken
my
out.
original.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that that's number 7, that we just changed the wording. City clerk completes the city agenda posting process in accordance with the city policy. Scratch
was-
out,
That's the
Which
same,
is
that's why that was
that's the same
removed.
thing.
That's the same, yeah.
But the 5 days ain't on this
I
though.
know, but.
no,
that's
that
what
was
we-
the 5 days. That was a totally different discussion.
No, it's just, no, I think we took it out. I'm saying what I suggested that we had removed it because we can't apply it to the city manager or the attorney. So we just, and I said that just applying it to the
So
clerk
who's
is
gonna
not
post the
fair.
agenda though?
No, it didn't say, I mean, she's gonna post the agenda. It's the 5 day. We agreed that she gonna do
5 days not on here though. That's not what
I
we're
know.
talking about. So I'm just asking a question. Who's
In-
going to post the agenda
the
if we remove
discussion-
this?
What you saying, evaluated on it, yeah.
We stated, and I think Mr. Jackson stated, things that would not be there if a particular item is not ready.
And she
It
said I
won't
would
go on the
prefer
agenda.
agenda.
No, I said I would prefer that to be removed.
Moved.
That was the conversation.
She said she preferred that to be removed.
Well, we never voted on it, but
I
I
don't
like to
remember voting on the remove that the city clerk don't do the agenda.
We not voting? Never mind.
We never voted on it, because you were putting all the things together before we make a final, vote, if I'm confused.
And then we remove that part. If other department staff has provided their work, we remove that whole part out.
The entire thing was removed. It's recorded.
Okay, so can it be attorney added in this motion? Cause I don't remember,
Just made
You
the
all can
motion.
do whatever.
oh,
you
okay,
want.
so this is part of my motion, that the city clerk completes the agenda posting process in accordance with the city commission policy. We also added for the the third one, that the city commission minutes are provided to the city commission for approval on a monthly basis,
That's what we voted on.
and that's it. That was it.
That first one we took out. But
Huh.
whatever you want to vote on.
That was them.
This is his current, request motion. Are there a second on those items?
Second.
It's been moved and second. Call for questions.
Items, which one you doing, both of them or one?
'Cause we didn't
Her,
take that first one out.
yeah, her, current is to have that back in, just removing the city manager, just saying the agenda would be completed by, with no stipulation of time as far as the 5 days.
But it's in accordance to the policy, so it's still stipulated.
Yeah, it's still gonna be a stipulation of 5 days.
That's the city policy. That's why we took it out.
We just.
You can remove the part where by city policy, just not note that part of it,
I think that
but I don't know.
the confusion coming in for me is that I'm not comfortable evaluating her on it. Not that it's being a policy procedure, it's just that evaluating just her. If you to put that in the, say the manager, evaluation or the attorney, then it would have been fair. But you just,
Yeah.
y'all just saying put it on her, I don't agree with that.
That item, I'm gonna bring it back. It was stricken out completely. I didn't even mention that. So you was trying to add it back in, but I
I don't
think,
never remember
So,
taking it out. but okay.
Mr. Mayor, what you all did and made it confusing, you did talk about taking 7 out completely.
right.
But then later, the vice mayor came back and she said, I want to add the monthly minutes issue, which you actually voted on, under 7. So then it revived 7 for purposes of that, just that issue, the having the minutes on a monthly basis. So, because that's what she said, she wanted to add it as 7. But before that, when you were just discussing it, you talked about taking it out completely, but then when you actually had a vote, you talked about 7 with just that item added for 7. So that's what the confusion is, because you talked about kind of 2 different things, but then you actually took a vote on it. And so that would go, that monthly minutes, completing the monthly minutes, that now goes under 7 by itself.
All right, we're gonna vote on the others.
All right. I'm a little confused, but all right. We got a second. Are we ready for a vote? Hopefully.
So, what are
Go
we
ahead
voting
for
on?
clarification. Go ahead on.
What are we voting
State your motions again, Vice Mayor, so we'll know exactly what we're voting on. With,
You
For
may
the
wanna do that one
evaluation of the
separately,
clerk,
huh?
Mayor. You may wanna do that one separately.
Okay.
for number 3.
That. is-
Mayor Bab, I'm getting ready to state them. You said we're putting them all together, right? Or are we voting them separate based on what Mr. Jackson says? What is this commission's pleasure?
I think we would have more clarity if we do that last and separate
Okay.
in itself.
Okay, so the city clerk works with the city commission as a body. We removed and individually as a body. We added under number 3, the last one, that the city clerk post the agenda, minutes, audits, and budget to the website.
We'll vote on that, those items there.
on? That's it.
No, the other one has to be by itself.
So we'll
You
clear up
also,
any
you also
confusion.
added a number 7 as described by the city attorney a minute ago regarding the minutes.
We voted for that separately already. We voted on that one already, said yes.
That's already cleared.
Right.
Yes.
You seconded?
Second, yeah.
Go ahead. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Colin Williams.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden.
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson.
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you.
So the one by itself, city clerk completes the agenda, posting process in accordance with the city commission policy is what was on here. And we striking out if other department staff has provided their work products on time to the office of the city clerk.
Are there a second on that?
Second.
Then moved in second. Questions? My question is, well, it's already been moved in second. I was just gonna ask, did we wanna now decide to scratch that out altogether?
but when
We're
we-
gonna vote on it anyway since we got a second.
Yeah, we gotta vote on it.
I think our charter has that it should be timely. When we say in policies, we really have 2 policies in place. We have the resolution and we have the charter. I'm interpreting that as the charter.
Time.
And so my question is, if we strike this, my question is, who will post the agendas? If we're striking this, who's gonna be responsible for posting them? Or they'll just be able to be posted
Okay.
whenever? That's my question, if we
Yeah.
vote this down. That's all I was asking.
And since we don't have the 5-day stipulation here as a valuation tool, it would be okay, I think, the way it's written now. Although we have an ordinance, we're still interpreting it.
It's a resolution.
Just a resolution,
Instead
not
of
an order.
Got a resolution, but
Yeah.
But the charter says something.
Right. The charter does say time and manner, so. As stated here, as you mentioned, and it would be fine to vote upon this.
But wouldn't that be left up to interpretation? And I just don't want to be unfairly evaluated on something.
No, because it's on your evaluation here, it's not saying the 5 days.
But it's saying policy, so I know the conversation is being held here, but.
So my question is, just to lessen the confusion.
But it's
let's
based on the
move
charter
it.
then, so we can just base it on the charter. So what's the policy for the charter?
When you all say basing it on the charter, I'm not really sure
Let
what
me
you're talking about.
find-
Right now, the charter says that the city clerk's powers and duties, it says the city clerk's duties shall be prescribed by ordinance or resolution. So you're doing a resolution right now. So I don't know what other section that you all may be referring to when you say, let me just look and make sure I'm not missing anything. There's a section that deals with appointment, office hours of the city clerk, powers and duties generally, which have to do with the seal and custody, attendance at commission meetings, to attest to all ordinances and file all ordinances and resolutions and keep a proper index of all ordinances and resolutions. Has to do with, to give notices required by the various city ordinances, such as notice of elections, notice of applications for bids and all, and also advertise other matters required by ordinance, not specifically delegated to some other city official. Recommendations as to the operation of office, to make recommendations from time to time as to any suggested improvements in the operation of the office of the city clerk. It has to do with clerical assistance, to provide assistance to the city commission and commissioners. Has to do with administer oaths and issue subpoenas, and that's a long paragraph. Has to do with, let's see, appointment of deputy clerks, to appoint deputy clerks as needed, such as appointments shall be approved by the city commission by resolution. Supervision, the city clerks can serve under the direction and supervision of the city commission, and both the city manager and the city commission shall evaluate the city clerk. Supervise of elections and the duties there, and then finally perform other duties prescribed, such as duties from time to time as may be delegated by the city commission. So she has, a role that is outlined under,
And nothing in there
I think
saying
that's-
posting of agendas?
Notices, which would be 4, right? Notices given, to give
Yeah,
all
so-
notices required by various cities ordinance, such as notices of election, notices of application for bids, and also advertise other matters required by ordinance not specifically delegated to some other city official.
right, the legal notices, that, giving notices to all, required by the various city ordinances. So, if it's a notice required by an ordinance, like, for your planning and zoning board, or legal notices that are required by law to have it posted, as required by law, or, I'm not sure if that's the kind of notices you're talking about. But the city does have on its website, it keeps like I think through the Civic Plus or whoever, or maybe it's whoever y'all use, is it Civic Plus? Civic Plus, they keep all of that stuff is like listed, the minutes and the videos and, you put that up? Okay, so the city clerk is posting that right now. So those are I read that to you, so you all were going back and forth with what it says, but that's specifically what it says. So, these are the other duties, I guess. So she's required to do certain duties that are prescribed by charter and by ordinance, but then these things that you're doing right now, I guess some of these have to do with other duties as from time to time as may be delegated by the city commission. So some of these things are fit within that category. So, but that doesn't alleviate the duties that she does anyway as a part of her charter responsibility.
was hoping this would be a little clearer, but it's still a little foggy. I would think at this point, someone can make an amendment to just delete that item altogether so we can get it more refined.
floor, you gotta vote it up or
No, you can make an amendment to a motion, even if it's, moved and second. You can still amend that motion for deletion or whatever motion you put on the table, and you would vote on that prior to the original motion. I'm just trying to eliminate just the confusion right now. There's only one item we're talking about, and it causing some confusion right now, that's all. Just to clear it, just eliminate it, because I think we did come up with a consensus that originally we had eliminated it through the process of discussion. And we're just not trying to bring it back again. I'm just saying to eliminate the confusion, let's eliminate that item altogether in her evaluation. And if we won't try to grab it next year, that's fine. I'm just trying to move this a little further down the line.
So we have a motion, we can vote it up or vote it down?
Yeah, we'll make it a goal. Because we already have a resolution in place for it.
Okay. Let's vote it up and down since it's on the table. This is to vote this item as part of the evaluation or not. Voting it for it means it will be stated as Commissioner or Vice Mayor Williams has stated. Voting it down means it will be taken out of the evaluation process this year.
And then, Mr. Mayor, how are you gonna deal with the item that you already voted on? Because that was item number 7. So will this, are you reconsidering that? Are you, so that it's not confusing later? So you already have, you said for 7, you voted?
It was just this particular one that they were removing.
Just the one, but
Yeah.
they're talking about taking it out, so it's.
I think it's that one.
Take it a different one
This
out.
particular one,
Oh,
I'll
okay.
just take this whole
Okay.
thing.
Hearing no additional questions, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Calvin Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson,
Yes?
Commissioner Scott,
No.
Commissioner Bolden,
No.
Mayor Bab.
No. Motion did not pass. That item will be taken out of the evaluation for this year.
So I just have a question, Mayor Bab. So then, okay, we're not evaluating her on it. They said they're gonna set it as a goal. So when we get the agendas or get it, whenever we get it, I guess whatever was deemed a reasonable time, that's what we have to go with? I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, I would think so, yes, at this point. State law even say that, so. Okay. Where are we now?
Back to the original motion.
No, we didn't finish this.
Go back to the original
The
motion.
original.
And the original
You'll
motion
finish
is,
it right at the last vote.
which is the original motion, 33?
Yes.
Okay. Resolution 2025-33
With amendments.
with the amendments.
And it was made by Commissioner Bolden and seconded by Vice Mayor Calvin Williams.
Call for questions? Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bolden,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Calvin Williams,
No.
Commissioner McPherson,
Could you repeat the motion?
it's approval of resolution 2025-33 with amendments.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Motion passed by a majority of 4-1 vote. Next, we'll move to Resolution 2025-34.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, establishing performance goals for the city manager as set forth in Exhibit A, providing for adoption of representations, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney, City Manager. Can you give us a brief explanation?
Yes, sir. This resolution if approved, establishes performance goals for the city manager for annual evaluation. And I think that the consensus was that each commissioner bring back one goal, and then the manager provide 2 additional goals.
And we also say that we would list our goals to be voted on prior to the resolution, so they'll be inserted in the resolution. So each of.
Well, just a correction, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. You all were going to, because you can't, violate the sunshine law and have any communications prior to, so you were just going to have them with you and then state them tonight,
Right.
if that's what you meant.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
if I apologize for interrupting.
Okay. At this time, to be able to add our goals into the resolution, we'll have each of the commissioners list their stated goal. That goal, to be fair and equitable, would have to be voted upon by the body. And I start, Mr. Scott,
We're doing the goals for whom? Your
the
clerk?
city manager at this time.
I haven't even considered it. I haven't even thought about that yet, honestly.
Okay,
I haven't.
we'll come back to you. Maybe after
Yeah.
listen, you can come up with one. If not, we'll add it at a certain time. Vice Mayor Kyler Williams.
Mine would be to obtain grant funding for infrastructure.
Commissioner Bowden.
Mine would be to identify and implement cost-saving measures that reduce general fund expenditures by at least, say 5% without reducing essential services. I know that could take some time. I wanted to get a little input from the city manager in terms of what would be reasonable.
Read what you said again, Mr.
Could you restate it? Want to get the full
To
of it?
identify.
Could you restate it?
Identify and implement cost-saving measures that reduce general fund expenditures by at least 3% without reducing essential services within the next allotted. Well, I wanted input on you from you about the time frame.
It's kind of difficult to measure that
Okay.
in the third quarter of the fiscal year.
Okay.
That normally happens, or something like that normally happens at the beginning of a fiscal year, and you
Okay.
can measure it over the totality of the year. With that being said, based on what we're looking at in terms of the goals for the evaluation tool, I'll be evaluated in January, I believe, so maybe December 2025 of this year.
Okay.
So we'll use the calendar year as opposed to the fiscal year.
Okay.
You good?
Yes, sir.
And my goal would be to have the city manager enhance communications and collaboration. Continue improving communication between the city commission, and the Pahokee community about the status of key initiatives, city projects, and critical incidents. It could be measured by the city manager ensuring that commission package and materials are prepared in a timely manner with clear statement of issues, options, and background so that the council can make proper decisions. It also will be measured by the city manager supporting actions to increase public participation and volunteerism. And lastly, it can be measured by, we'll just leave that, those two.
So you gave one or two, Mayor Bab? That's one goal?
Yes,
You got-
just one. I used some measurements at how we can measure whether he's meeting those goals or not. That goal. Commissioner McPherson.
Secure funding for our parks and innovative ways to improve our park infrastructure, our parks infrastructure.
Commissioner Scott.
Yeah, fulfill our jobs, fill the job within 60 days. Those opening
The
vacancies on, job vacancies. I would like to see those get filled.
And again, these are all goals that the city managers asked to shoot for. And at this time, we'll have the city manager list his 2 goals, so we'll have a record of that.
Actually, one of my goals are completely aligned with Commissioner Scott's, but let's fill all current vacancies by the end of the fiscal year, which is September 30, end of September of this year. So it gives it a little bit more than 60 days based on what we've encountered up until this point. And number 2 is to provide recommendations to the commission in the state of Florida for sublease agreements for both the campground and marina and the restaurant by the end of the calendar year 2025.
Having the total of 7 goals now, we would now vote to include those goals into this resolution and vote upon the entire resolution at this time. Did we get a motion and a second
Not yet.
early?
Not yet.
I'll call for a motion to that effect. And a
I
second.
move that we accept the goals that has been set by the commission and the city manager.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is this for the, I'm
It's
sorry.
been moved by Vice Mayor Collins Williams and properly seconded by Commissioner McPherson for the adoption of Resolution 2025-34, which established the goals for the city manager for this upcoming evaluation period.
Okay, that was gonna be my question to her. She was
You want her to
including the
state the
resolution. Yeah.
You want her to state?
Yeah. No, not the goals. I'm good. I just needed to know if she was including the actual resolution with her motion.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yes, resolution 2025-34.
Thank you.
Yes.
Call for questions? Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Calvin Williams.
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson.
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Our last resolution is Resolution 2025-35, City Attorney.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, establishing performance goals for the city clerk is set forth in Exhibit A, providing for adoption of representations, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, can you give us a brief explanation?
Yes, sir. This resolution similarly approved, if approved, establishes performance goals for the city clerk.
City Commission, having heard Resolution 2025-35 properly read into the minutes by our City Attorney, properly explained by our City Manager, what is your preference?
I move to accept Resolution 2025-35.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly seconded by Commissioner Mike Pearson for the adoption of Resolution 2025-35. Prior to the vote, we will now list our individual goals for the city clerk, and she will list 2 goals for herself for a total of 7 goals. And we'll start with Commissioner McPherson.
That the agenda be prepared within 5 days according to our resolution that we have in place.
My goal would be to have the city clerk enhance community communications and collaborations.
My goal is I would like for the city clerk to implement at least one new technology or process improvement to enhance department efficiency.
Vice Mayor.
I would like for my goal to be having a more effective recruiting for our boards vacancies. For us, like maybe putting out a newsletter, having a newsletter, and for us recruitment and getting our residents more involved.
I'm sorry. For my goal, I wanted to kind of get some input from you as well in terms of what a reasonable time frame would be for implementing a new technology or process for efficiency.
As far as the technology is concerned, that will go back to the budget to ensure that we have the funding to do so.
Or process, it doesn't have.
Probably say maybe 6 to 8 months or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I just ask a question for clarity, because maybe I'm kind of confused. Is this for this year, right? The goals that we're setting, therefore, this term from July to October, right? Or no?
I just thought it was a tool, from my knowledge.
It's for this year, right, Mayor Mab, or is this for next year, or? I'm just asking because I noticed Mr. Bowden asking for a time frame, so I just wanted to know, they have the rest of this year to, I'm just want for clarity, the rest of this year?
What we need to do is vote on that and determine this rating period, whether or not it's gonna be up until the end of the
Annually.
fiscal year, or we're gonna have a complete year for these goals to be accomplished.
Okay, okay,
Yeah,
I just
we'll
wanted to
vote
make
on
sure.
that.
I just didn't want to,
Okay.
I wanted to, be
Right.
reasonable and give her ample
Right.
time to
Right.
carry it out.
And since we're
Okay, 'cause
talking
that's
about
what I was thinking it was
technologies
for.
too, I sent you and Mr. Jackson a suggested way that we can get the community
Who does,
even
the
engaged
website? Who
in
designs our
doing
website? Who does
or
that?
working with the city. I don't know if you recall that or not, but I don't know if you look and see how much that would even cost, but it was a something that a lot of cities were going to, just by cell phone, they can actually look up anything that they need to connect the city with, whether it's job, whether it's boards, minutes, anything. They had that technology was there right in their hand, and it wasn't supposed to be very costly, but I didn't look at the cost.
Yeah.
That's something you all can look at in the future.
I looked at
and
it.
see. Okay.
I looked at it both times you said it.
Okay. Oh, I said
And I responded. I remember responding
Okay.
both times. We looked at that. We actually had a series of meetings with the company that provide that resource, and we have the ability to add it to our existing software. But it's at this point it's cost prohibitive.
Okay.
If we were to add it. That's an item that we will consider putting in for 2026 budget.
Right.
And that should, if approved by the commission, we'll start utilizing that resource. Yeah.
Mr. Jackson, who does update our website?
Our IT consultant, along with
I do, yeah.
the city clerk.
Now we'll move to Commissioner Scott, if he's able to get his.
Yeah, I would just like for the clerk to like give us information, inform us on what's coming up a little earlier instead of like the one day before or the last minute stuff. You know, I just like to get my information a little earlier where you can prepare. Whether you're gonna attend, you know, whatever, it's kind of right at that time.
In City Clerk, which you now include your two goals.
Yes, so my first one is to digitize legacy records. And so that's by improving access to and preserving of the city documents, preservation of the city documents. And then the second one would be to develop a records retention training for departments.
Thank you. Now I would entertain a motion to include a recap of the goals, or to include in there the goals that have been set by the commission and the city clerk for the city clerk position.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
Mayor Bab, I move that we accept Resolution 2025-35 with the goals that the commission has set, along with the two the clerk has set.
I'm sorry, there was a motion to accept the resolution previously already? Do you want
Yeah, to include,
The
to
goal.
include the
So-
goals. We just incorporating the goals in that, into the
Okay, someone had already
resolution.
done it. It was by Bolden and then seconded by McPherson. So you want them to,
Oh,
yeah. So you want to just include it?
But I don't think we had put the goals out. I think
Right.
No, it wasn't done
So
at
just
that time.
amended
Yeah.
To include the goals.
Okay.
Right. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson?
Yes.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Calvin Williams?
yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Next, we'll move to new business, presentation by the city manager of activities of upcoming events, if any. And we have one listed as the discussion of the directions to give parks and recreation $25,000. This came from, originally from Commissioner Scott's recommendation.
Yes, sir. That's the only item I have on the new business tonight. And I wanted to update the commission on information I've obtained since Commissioner Scott recommended this item. In my research, I've found that most cities, including the ones in the Glades, there's a cost associated with participating in sporting activities. It may not be, they're called different things and they're assigned different connotations, but it boils down to if a kid or youth is participating in sports, there's a cost associated with it. That likewise is the case as it stands for the city of Pahokee. There's specifically for the football program, I think that was the lead-in of the discussion, and it went on to other sports as well. The current amount to pay to play football through the city's program is $150. And again, I will say that no other city in the Tri-City area has a city-sponsored football program. Other communities have football programs, but they're not city-sponsored. And those programs and other programs throughout the country, but I speak directly to South Florida at this point, they participate like City of Pahokee in the Every Kid Sports Pass program. And the city of Pahokee has participated in that program for several years now. And in this program, they partner with individuals and organizations to fund Every Kid Sports Passes. And the pass serves qualifying families who could use help with sports registration fees. And they encourage families to apply 4 times a year. The city of Pahokee only has utilized it 2 times a year. But in my meeting with recreational staff is to include 4 times versus 2 times. And this is what happens. When parents sign on to participate through this program, they are offered scholarships to go towards payment of fees, registration fees for the program. As it stands now, they qualify, as I mentioned, $150 is the amount that's being charged for youth to participate in football. The scholarship covers that complete amount. So that covers everything from the uniform to the helmet to the shoulder pads. The whole 9 yards is covered under a scholarship. Do all parents participate in the program? No. But my encouragement is to have all parents to sign up through Parks and Rec's application process for 4 times a year. And that covers not only football, it covers basketball, soccer, or any other sport that the city is participating in. Cheer as well is included. So my recommendation would be to strengthen the existing program that we have that would allow scholarships to cover all fees that we're currently charging and not dedicate an amount of money out of a different line item in the budget to specifically use for payment of fees when we already have the ability to do that.
And my comments would be, I'm glad you shared what we're doing to kind of offset the cost of parents who have a number of kids in the program. I wanted to hear that mainly, and also that if I was to support this, and not saying that the recommendation wasn't a good recommendation, I think it was a worthy cause to attempt to lessen the burden on our residents to have their children be able to comfortably play sports in the city of Pahokee. But to me, it would have to have been, if not the #1 priority, it would have to be a very high priority for the city at this time. And I say this only because of our roads and streets. And I hate to say it, but I have to say it. They're trembling. There are certain roads in the city of Pahokee you have to literally dodge and around to get to any place. And at least 4 or 5 major roads like that. And the road right in front of City Hall is similar. condition. The road we use for annual parade, ride, not as bad, but it's gonna get that way. So $25,000, I would suggest we use that to the best of our ability to put towards some road improvement. That, to me, is one of our biggest impressing priorities to date. Way more than the fireworks, a lot more than providing some release to the parents. That would be my priority. And I would support at this time the $25,000 being used for that other means at this time. This is discussion, so we want to hear
Yeah,
from
I don't
everyone.
have a problem with it because you have an alternate suggestion that they could use, and that's okay. Because I understand that and I know it's there, but I know the city wasn't using it. But if they use it, then that's great. And like you said, you can take the 25,000, put it elsewhere. But if you're gonna hold them accountable to using that to offset the parents, then that's a great idea.
Commissioner Scott, believe it or not, they've been using it. They have been using it. I checked the cities, and when I met with the Parks and Rec and learned about it, and I said, well, how effective has this been? It's really effective. And I took a look at the number of scholarships that have come in and posted to the city's revenue stream as terms of paying for this. Now, could it be used more? Absolutely. And that's what I'm encouraging Parks and Recreation to do. Utilize it more. And instead of utilizing registration for 2 times a year, use it to the max available. Have people apply 4 times a year, and then that'll cover all sports all throughout the year. I'll give you an example. We had a parent that, and the next sign-up time is June. We had parents that registered in December, and their scholarship is still good for this football season. So once you get in the loop and get it registered, it applies to, I think it's over 50 different sports. So it covers all of the sports that's being provided currently here at the city, and to include cheer.
I hear you, but you know, unfortunately, I'd be there. I sit out there every day. So, and I hear when they tell a kid that he or she can't participate because they haven't paid. You know,
Yeah, that's what I'm
instead of
gonna ask.
saying, inviting the parent up to sign up for this program, to me would be a little bit better than just, you know, you see kids walking around and, because, you know, honestly, not only football, cheer, sports in general save communities and save kids.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You know, but if we're not gonna encourage them to participate, we just gonna tell them, you know, that they can't play because their parents didn't pay, then to me, you know, that's disheartening. But if you gonna call the parent up and invite them to a program that you have, that they, you know, that can probably help them offset those fees, then that makes sense.
Yes.
Only if you're gonna do that.
Do we have something in place, Mr. Jackson, where the parents, I hear what you're saying, are the parents aware of this? Are the parents aware of this? And do you have
Process.
documents that you can show where, how many parents have actually, you say they've been utilizing this? Do you have something to show how many parents have actually been awarded this scholarship? Let's say in the last 2 years. Can we, I know you say you spoke with staff, so that we can kind of sort of see how many, not names, but how many of the parents have actually utilized this program?
Yes, I'll provide that report to you. But to answer your question, and as I stated a minute ago, we have been using the program. The program has been effective. Could we do a better job of probably getting that information to the parents and to the community? Absolutely, based on comments that I'm hearing from the audience right now. Evidently, people are not aware of it, but it's a part, as of today, it's a part of the application process that every parent will be aware. If they're reading the application moving forward, they'll be aware of the scholarship opportunities that are there. And secondarily, I've also talked about any parent, if they did not learn about or know about, if the city ever considered any hardship cases, and the answer is yes, they have. When they find a kid that can't play or can't afford, they have, that cost is covered, and then the parents, through working and volunteering as an in-kind opportunity, is repaying that for that kid or those kids that can't afford to play.
Okay.
And it does a couple of different things. It gives a buy-in from the parents, which is very important, and it also gives the kids an opportunity that may not have had the opportunity through a hardship. Our goal is to serve every single kid, every single youth that wants to participate in sports. We don't want to turn any of them away, and that's been my directive to the Parks and Rec Department. So if it's a situation where the scholarship is not applied for on time, or if there's a hardship case that can't be taken care of, I want to know that, and the manager's office want to know that, and we'll put something in place to make sure that every kid that wants to play will have that opportunity to play.
My last question is, Mr. Jackson, and thank you for that. If this is a part of the program and staff is aware of it, and we're hearing kids are being turned away, then if staff is aware of it, why would staff tell kids they don't have money and they can't play if this is a part of the program, if staff is aware of it?
This is my first time hearing that staff has turned people away that wants to play. This is my first time hearing that from Commissioner Scott. And I say it this way, if that will not continue to happen.
No, I was just asking if it was part of it and this is part of the program, why would staff, if they know the funding is there, why would they turn a kid away if they know that this program is actually there? If they work in Parks and Recreation and this is part of, we're saying a program that we have, that we're utilizing. That's all I was just under.
It's not exclusive to anyone. It's an application process, and if you qualify, and if you first apply and you qualify, the funding is in place. City of Pahokee does not have any control of the scholarship process. It's a national organization. You make application through that national organization. That scholarship is forwarded to the parents, and the parents utilize that scholarship to pay for youth and city.
Oh, I thought it was something the City of Pahokee. I
No.
didn't realize it was another program. So he's asking for the $25,000 for the people who may not apply for this program that's out there eligible. Okay, so I didn't, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, okay.
Everybody has an opportunity to apply for the program.
Okay.
But I'm saying, your staff not advertising that. They're not putting it out there to let the parents know that.
We're gonna do better. We're gonna do better than that.
Okay.
Any other comments from the commission?
No, got a better understanding now.
All right.
I didn't know, I thought it was a city program. And so do we have something in place though, Mr. Jackson, for the ones who do not qualify for that program? Do we have anything in place, the city?
Yes, we have something in place I just described. If any kids find themselves in hardship, we'll make funds available to make sure that kid plays.
But I'm just saying, is this like something that we have in place, or is just a as-needed basis? I guess that's what I'm asking.
It's more of an as-needed basis. There's no dedicated funds to cover
That's what I
fees
was
for
asking.
parents, no.
Okay, that's what I was asking, okay.
Okay. Now we'll move into the.
Oh, wait, Mayor Bab, okay, we on the $25,000, so I want to make a motion with the $25,000. So I know you said you wanted to go to roads. Now that I got a better understanding of the program, I want to make a motion that we take $10,000 of the $25,000 and have it in a fund for the kids that don't meet the requirements for that scholarship program, that we have a pot of funds available.
If I may, Mayor, before you consider the vote, as I indicated a minute ago, the funds that we're referring to is already budgeted into a department. We're in the third quarter of our fiscal year, and I would be more inclined, if that's something that the commission is considering, to have that become available for the next fiscal year as opposed to this fiscal year, based on what I just described, the availability of funds that's there and utilization of those dollars as a scholarship. And I'm thinking that 90% or more of our kids will qualify for that. My commitment is to make sure that they are aware of it and that they apply. To do otherwise is taking funds from a completely different department before the fiscal year ends, which may need to be utilized for the balance of this fiscal year.
These are the $25,000 we're talking about for the fireworks, right?
No,
Is this not the $25,000 for the fireworks we were talking about?
It's funded under events. So it's not only fireworks, it's funded under the events.
I thought Mr. Bolden said at the last meeting that we were funded, that it was on a line item for fireworks when he asked, and he said, don't we have $25,000 for fireworks? And I thought you said yes. And that's when Mr. Scott said, Commissioner Scott, I'm sorry, said, let's use those $25,000
It's under events. It's not a specific line item, but we've been using that line item to pay for fireworks.
So it's not.
I'm confused then, because I thought that's what was, okay.
I'll just say my concern is that, first of all, how many youth football programs do we have in Pahokee outside of Parks and Rec? 3. Okay. I'm assuming that's why y'all here? No? So what I'm saying is we're talking about doing this for just Pahokee Parks and Rec. Those are not the only children in Pahokee here. If you were telling me that we were going to allot any money over to Pahokee Parks and Rec for youth football, and I have a youth football program, I'd be concerned because my kids are in Pahokee too. So that's something that I would be kind of concerned about if I was a coach or I was over another program. Those are not just the only Pahokee kids we have. So if we're gonna be throwing out some money, we gotta consider everybody. These are all of our children. This is where we kind of get into a slippery slope.
And I think too, we've indicated we'll do a better job of advertising, making sure the word is out to these parents. Even if we have to send notices with their children to their homes, so when they do look at that application, a lot of people don't read all the fine prints in there and may just look at it. It's something I have to do and sign it. So those who are really in need, we need to make sure that the word is out. And I like the point where we can do it at the beginning of a fiscal year so it can be budgeted to properly for that particular means.
So I have a question, Mayor Babb. Okay, so I heard Mr. Jackson say there is also, if they get it in time, I don't know what the deadline is. And so when we're doing this and we're signing the kids up, and are we within that deadline time, and do these parents have the computers to utilize? Do they know the website to go to and all of that? So are they getting to be able to do this in a timely manner though? So I don't know when the deadline is for the application. I didn't even know. I thought it was something, a program that the city itself had. I didn't know it was an outside agency. So we have to look at that as well. When we're signing up, how much time do they have to get this information in? When does that window open? I'm just saying, I don't know. So I'm just saying maybe that's something we can look at when we're saying we're going to, you know what I'm saying, do a better job with it. Maybe that's something that we can look at as well, because I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, we have, sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
No, I understand, or maybe even make that kind of like a event day or something where
Right.
we get as many children as possible from all programs.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking, so they won't be left out. And
all of those are real good recommendations and suggestions, but as I indicated in the example I gave a minute ago, we had parents to sign up in December, which was the last sign up and the next sign-up is June, later this month. So it's timely and enough. The December parents who sign up in December have scholarships that they apply to this football season. So it gives a pretty good time period from application to actually utilizing the scholarships. But it's 4 times a year. We've only been utilizing 2 times a year. That will increase to 4 times a year.
Question, we were talking about the, you made mention of the money was on the line item for the budget. Can't we amend the budget for monies that we haven't utilized? And if my sentiments are even what Mayor Babb said and something that Commissioner Bolden said, if we can utilize that money for something that will benefit the entire community, such as improving our parks. More specifically, Martin Luther King Park, and our roads and some of our infrastructure, something that the entire town, everybody would benefit from. And but my question goes back to the budget, if that's something that can be amended by the commission.
You have the ability to do that. But again, I'll go back to the fact that we're preparing now for our next year's budget. We've actually started meeting with department heads and getting information on what they would like to see utilized. Our next year's budget, we have an opportunity through budget workshops to chime in and help develop and solidify a budget with different line items and interests that you may have as a commission. I would much rather see that happen at the beginning of a fiscal year as opposed to the middle of the third quarter.
And my other question is, never mind.
And I guess my final thing is, chances are next year, the cost of fireworks is gonna be the same or greater. I think that's something that we need to take into consideration as well.
And also, when we are creating our budget, for just food for thought, that we put something in our budget to improve particular projects in our city. If we want to take a road or a park or something, that we add that in the budget. Maybe it go under the Parks and Recreation budget as far as something like that.
To be fair with all the commission, if you make a motion, we're gonna at least entertain it one way or the other, whether it's a second or not. If it's not a second, then it dies for lack of a second. If it's a second, then we vote on it. And I'm not saying it because I support something, but against it, it's just the way we need to do business. So Commissioner Vice Mayor Williams has put forth a motion to utilize the 10,000. We've heard from the city manager his thoughts on it. It could be taken care of in our upcoming budget, so we have at least both points of view. Are there a second? I'll put it that way. Or are you withdrawing the motion too? That's another possibility.
I withdraw my motion since the explanation and making sure that they utilize the scholarship.
And
If
then
we're
it
gonna do
shows
better with it.
we are focused and interested in our children.
We're gonna be checking up on it now,
That's
making
best
sure
we
that they,
can,
you know,
try to support them
we're
as
gonna be
much
checking
as we
up
can.
on it, making sure that they, you know, are utilizing it, or giving a, just say, hey, little reminders, can we send something out on our Facebook page that it's that time? Something
I'd
like
like to
that.
make a motion that we reduce the amount from $150 to $75.
$75 does not cover the cost to participate in the program, and if the scholarship is making available 150, I'm just trying to understand the rationale for reducing it.
Well, I'm under the understanding through some conversations that we receive money from the Orange Bowl and some other entities that donate toward that program as far as the offset of some of those projects.
Yeah, Commissioner, but we don't want to cut our ability to generate revenue. We're just talking about one component of the Parks and Recreation Department, but there are several components that makes up the Parks and Recreation overall budget. And tonight is really not, I don't want to delve too much into details, but I wouldn't recommend reducing the fees because we're getting other dollars from other funding streams.
Just for my understanding, I think some of those funding are donated specifically for registration, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if somebody enlighten me on that.
It becomes very difficult to respond to something that we're getting second and third hand. I'm not aware of exactly what you're referring to, and it'll be very helpful, if you could schedule some time to kind of meet and talk about those things so we can confirm or deny what the accuracy of it, because a lot of times when you get stuff second and third hand, it makes it very difficult to find out the actual events that's surrounding what we're discussing, and it's hard for me as a manager to make recommendations from an administration standpoint when it's something that I'm not privy to, and I can't research and determine again whether or not it's accurate or not. So second-handed information is very difficult to operate and administer city programs and functions.
What I try to do, I try to get some of the documents, if that's okay, Attorney. I can get some documents myself too.
Next, we'll go and move into the mayor's report. I see that Mr. Crawford is here, and probably know he's gonna have some comments himself, but I want to bring this up. He have requested to voluntarily do a project at Martin Luther King Park. It was specifically to help install swing seats on the swings. The city have informed him that they would get back with him, and as of this date, they haven't. I know the reason for some of the delay, not entire delay, but it's centered around liability and insurance, and whether or not what they wanted to do was appropriate for a volunteer. I give you an example. When you're talking about liability, I wouldn't want volunteers to go up on the roof and do any roofing work. Swing may be a little different, and I'm not saying that that's a major liability, but again, we have to check with our insurance providers. But as the mayor of the city, I'm just asking that at least we provide him at some point with that speedy information so he can tell his volunteers that the city is unable to accept our offer to do such and such a thing. City Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, hearing the conversation come up in a previous meeting, I did create a donation policy and directives and procedures with a resolution. I did give that to the city manager. He reviewed it. I thought it was on this agenda. And so the city manager can explain. He may have just been wanting to keep the issues separate since a lot of them were personnel related issues, but I'll let him answer that. But I did want to let you know I got out in front of that, created a policy, and I can go through it during my report just a little bit in terms of what it does. But hopefully it will be on your next agenda, Mr. Manager.
Yes, I'll respond to both the mayor and the city attorney here in a minute. The mayor, you're absolutely right. I have met with Mr. Crawford on a couple of different occasions. In my last meeting with him was that we would work to fully appreciate and accept his donation and his volunteerism, so much so to the detail I asked, was there a value that he can assign to what he had already purchased and made available. So I have met with him. I've met with him on not only one occasion, but several occasions. I likewise had a chance to speak with Herbert Crawford, and under a different request, and basically told Herbert Crawford, I didn't tell specifically the younger Crawford, but the city is in the process of developing a policy, as the city attorney mentioned a minute ago. She drafted, developed, and everything was ready to go, all except one component of that policy, which included the donation acceptance form, which requires financial policy coordination and implementation. So we're in the process of working through that last form. That's an attachment B for the donation policy that was just referred to a minute ago. That's the only reason why it's not on this commission meeting agenda. It's scheduled to be complete and ready for next commission meeting. Once that donation policy is approved and adopted, it covers all the parameters that's needed and necessary to receive Mr. Crawford's donation, and not be concerned about the legalities and anything else associated with receiving without having such policy in place. So the goal is to still receive, but as I've always said and will I'll continue to say, it has to be done in a way that's accurate and correct and puts the city, limits the city's overall liability. So you will see that that policy before you on the 27th meeting, and sometime shortly thereafter, we'll schedule an event and activity that we can fully receive what Mr. Crawford is making available as a donation to the city.
Okay, I'll proceed with my mayor's report. I've always said that the city of Pahokee, when I'm speaking or welcoming or introducing the city commissioner staff, that we are a small city with a big vision. And why I say this, I bring this up, I would like to request of the city manager, and I know he may already have this in one of his plans to do, is for the commission to have a commission retreat to talk about our vision, because even the Bible says with a like a vision, the people will perish. And I heard sometime residents say that we are a dying town. I don't believe that, but I can see why some may say that, because sometimes they don't see all the activities they would like to see, and all the entertainment and all the building and all the resources that we may or may not have. But to have a vision meeting, we can set our 5-year plan and our 10-year plan, or at least review our 5-year plan and 10-year plan. I don't think most, if not all, the commission probably don't even know our 5-year plan or our 10-year plan. And then some of that need to be adjusted so we can help set the vision for Pahokee. It would help the manager with some direction of the way we want to go and how we want to get there. I'll give you an example. Just my small vision is to build a new city hall. If you look at Belgrade and South Bay, they both have relatively new and nice city halls. We operate out of here, which is not terribly bad, but I'm talking about a city hall that would host and house our entire city staff and all the departments associated with it. That's part of my vision I hope that we can accomplish at some point. To build a hotel, a name brand hotel and spa. I've been talking about it for 4 or 5 years. And I actually had 2 developers come in and talk about it. But I bring this up because I want whatever we look at and try to attract, that it is a commission vision and policy to move towards some of these things. I like to see us have a community swimming complex where our children can have a place that they can swim. And all of this we don't have to pay for, hopefully ourselves. Maybe the county at some point would consider building the city of Pahokee a pool, even if it's just on county land, like they did Belglade. That's a county operated and sponsored pool where they pay the maintenance, where they pay the staff and everything associated with that. Why can't we seek that same type of assistance from the county? Not saying that the county haven't assisted us, but these are things we can ask for if collectively the commission decide this is something in our 5 or 10 year plan we want to try to attain. Just things like that. Having the cabinets at the marina could generate funding. We have to be, at some point, have programs and services where we're sustainable, that we don't have to totally depend on grant support, because at some point, grants are not gonna be there always, you know. In certain times, it may not be there for certain cities because of the reputation that we maybe have created or not created. So those are what I'm asking, that we have a staff retreat, and I'm asking the city manager, and I think he's already given us a date, but I'm getting at an age, I can't even remember it, but our vision, state of the city address, that's part of sharing our vision with this community. What are we planning on doing our next year? How are we planning on addressing our infrastructure and our roads needs? Sharing that plan, sharing what we're gonna be about, sharing our vision of moving this city forward, and then you provide hope. And with hope and faith, we can accomplish anything we set our hearts and desire on. Next will be the city manager report.
And sir, I don't have anything else. I was going to talk about the donation policy for next commission meeting, budget workshops with department heads, and anticipate finalizing the budget calendar by Friday for this upcoming fiscal year. Yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Report of the city attorney, if any.
Yes, if you all wanted to, I can go through the donation policy. If not, we can do it at the next commission meeting. That's fine. The hour is getting late, so it's up to the commission.
Would we like to hear that policy now, or we want to defer it to our next commission meeting?
And she can email it out to all of us, and then we can discuss it at the next meeting.
Yes, if the city clerk would, you have it.
It's a draft, so it's not even ready yet.
It's not complete. As I indicated a minute ago, we're finalizing the final attachment. Once it's completed, it'll be part of next commission agenda, which you'll have in advance of commission meeting.
So a part of it, the resolution is complete and the donation policy itself is complete. I did one of the exhibits for the manager to review, so that may not, I'm not sure whether that's fine.
Exhibit B.
Exhibit A, I did.
It's good.
And then Exhibit B, is it gonna be an internal policy that the manager is going to decide how, you know, he wants to check off to make sure that they've done certain things internally. So to the extent that anyone is interested in the resolution and the policy, I can provide that in advance. But the exhibits may require further review by the
From
manager.
the manager.
Right.
Okay.
So,
And so the exhibits that he's going to provide, I know you say you're done with the policy, would that become a part of the city policy, that part that he's providing?
They're gonna
Or-
be, yes, ma'am, they're gonna be attached to the policy as items, like, for instance, one is, the Exhibit A is the donation form, so it's already completed, it's like what you have to put on the form and how you have to document that the city received and acknowledges the donation. And then there's gonna be another form that the manager is gonna review, and it's used for the internal form for processing the donations, so making sure that
Checking
like
balances.
we received it, we're checking off that we received it, and who received it, and, you know, that kind of thing. So however, the manager does that Exhibit B. So that one's not done.
Oh, okay.
But if you were looking
But the
to
policy
see the
itself
policy
is-
itself is done, it's been reviewed by the manager, he made some comments to that, and those comments have been incorporated. So if you wanted to see that in advance, because sometimes
Yes,
you
that's
know,
what I was asking, if
yeah,
we can go ahead and see
I
that in
can send
advance.
those, or the clerk can send those, she has.
She has it already?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can get that, okay.
Now we'll move to future agenda items of the commission, if any, and I'll start with Commissioner McPherson and work myself to my right.
None.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bolden.
None.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Williams.
I don't have any, it's just still my same one. City manager, do you, and I know you said you place items on the agenda as you see, you know, the importance, but we had a workshop scheduled for facilities and vehicle policies. Have you, decided, or I need to give a date for August 12th for the workshop and for it to be on the August 26th meeting for the vehicle and, facility policy to review? And we can update.
I'm trying to remember if we had previous workshops or if we didn't finish one.
No,
of
we
the
never
items.
had this one. This one was canceled.
Okay.
And so now, August the 12th, for my future agenda item, if we can, look at the facilities and vehicle policy, if we can have a workshop on August the 12th, and then go ahead and look at those, for August the 26th, because we do get complaints in the community, you know, from people. They'll say, well, they said they wasn't renting this facility out, but then we see all such and such and up there having something. So if we can just, I just want us, if we can go ahead and look at these policies and put them in place so everybody can be getting the same thing. We can get the same information, and they'll know what facilities are available for rent, what facilities, if they're not for rent, they won't be on there. So if we can just go ahead and schedule a workshop for that for August the 12th, and then if we can go ahead and approve whatever it is we do in the workshop on August the 26th.
Can I just ask about, I think one of my previous agenda items, I know you asked for the auditor. What meeting was he scheduled to come here?
27th, next commission meeting.
Okay.
Commissioner Scott. Okay, our last item here would be, and now we'll move to general public comments, if any. City Clerk.
Yes, sir, we have two, one from Mr. Herbert Crawford.
Herbert Crawford, 8833 Eldorado Drive. The purpose of my coming to the meeting tonight wasn't about facilities or anything, but, well, the door's been open, about donations. And one of the things, I know, I can speak from Mr. Bryan, Crawford, but we had conversation about doing some things in the park. So, but donations and receiving donation or support from that aspect became an issue. So now that we have that $25,000 or whatever, I know you're looking at ways to spend it. So can the city purchase swings and some other things in the park and just let us volunteer and do it, so you're not worried about taking up donations? The money's there. So to expedite it, to make it work. So whatever dollars, so we talked about some usage of some of the field. And I guess right now, some of the field not leveled or you know, liability issues right now. So can we?
What field?
Well, MLK Park. This is the MLK Park, so going back to Commissioner Mike Pearson. So we're spending some money in the parks that residents can see, feel, and participate on. So with that being said, it can be something that can be done simply and quickly. So right now, so we have the money, so getting Mulo, getting Hooper out, any company that the city do business with, to bring some field, and we'll be the volunteers, you know, whatever. So some of the things that we're talking about, swings, some swing was purchased. So at this time, those same swings or whatnot, can we purchase those? The city using the funding that's available now, and so the liability of whether they meet the code for swings, and I know the county provided information so that the city can take ownership of it and say, okay, we're purchasing the swings, we're purchasing the mulch, we're purchasing whatever that we can do, and just allow, I know, yeah, he has about 75, 80 kids. I guess we'll talk on that later, but my reason for coming tonight was, I don't know if everybody's aware, we received notice from our principal, Dr. Hipper, that he was being moved to Crossroad, effective June 17th. So with that being said, it opened the position for a principal for Kennesaw Point Elementary School. We received information on Friday. Sunday, around 2 or 3 o'clock, we received another email saying that we were having a focus group meeting to replace Dr. Hill. Okay, they met with staff today at 9, and they opened up for the community and business partners and whatnot. So we had a great turnout. And the consensus from both meetings was that we have an AP that's born and raised in Pahokee, met all the credentials and qualifications that were set forth by the district. They came together presentation. I'm up already. Okay.
It's time, it's up to them.
If I'll be allowed, it's a little extended just to get this out because it's very important for the community. So she met above and beyond the qualification. So we asked for appointment, that the superintendent has the authority and the power to appoint a principal. 2 weeks ago, we had the same thing happening in Belgrade. Belgrade Elementary principal was reassigned to the coast. I think that was on a Monday. That Tuesday, that appointment principal from, she's from Belgrade, nothing against her, and I hope good luck, was replaced by appointment by a person out of Belgrade. So the question we had today in our meeting, we have that same situation, but now they say, okay, we have to go through a process. So they laid out the process and whatnot, but at the end of the day, it came back to our superintendent, Mr. Burke, being able to appoint. So we had a site chair, we had some other business partners, so they had started writing letters of support to have our sitting AP that's been there. She taught there in the beginning of her career, came back home. Now she's the AP that she's been there for 5 or 6 years now as the AP. Met all the qualifications. And so what I'm asking for as a citizen of Pahokee, that we do a letter of support from this city commission, the DICE, in support of Toria Henley to be appointed as our next principal at KC Canal Point. And from HR was there from the school district, and it's clearly say that at any point, Mr. Burke can make that appointment. So if you have any contact with Mr. Burke, Deputy Superintendent Jamie Wyatt, and our superintendent, our area rep, Marsha Andrews, I'm pleading with our commission to really reach out and hope we can gain the support from this diocese. We need it homegrown. We have connection, and in place. She's here, she lives here, she shops here. So if we can, I really appreciate it. And like yesterday, because it's fast tracking, but like I said, we went from our principal being moved on Friday, notice on Sunday, that we were having folks meeting on Tuesday, staff trying to get staff back in place to answer the question and show our support for Ms. Henley and the community that came out and whatnot. It was very moving to see that in that short turnaround time we were able to get the audience. So mayor, commission, personal contact, personal influence, whatever we can do, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Brian Crawford?
Brian Crawford, 145 Apple Avenue. Well, part of that, the whole park thing was already discussed about the swing sets. And with me, I'm just facilitating. I work with a lot of kids in the community. One day just happened to be out at the park. Why there's nothing to do at our park? Why we can't do, and it went from the day we went out and with my young ladies, and they painted the poles going around the park, and also the parking stops. And the questions came. They want to do something. I'm just there as a facilitator. This is a movement that our young members of our community wanted to do. I say, I'm just facilitating. Whatever ideas they came up with, I made sure it happened. So the swing sets, one day I took my grandson, happened to be in town, took him to MLK Park. He played on the playground, the road, slides and everything. He wanted to swing. I had him and my nephew. There were 2 taller swings still hanging. One of the taller swings was ripped. It was hanging, but it was ripped. It's not safe. I took it upon myself. I took pictures of it. I took it upon myself to go out. Then I spoke with you. And I told you that these young individuals wanted to adopt MLK Park. I know it's already adopted by a group, but don't shut down. You got young people that want to give back. Allow them that opportunity. The swing sets have been purchased. Along with that, oh yeah, but I couldn't even put my grandsons in the swing. One of them was operable. I had to take turns with him, pushing it. So when I left there, I took pictures. That Monday, I called the county, made phone calls. What is the process? What do we do? How do we get this going? I spoke with Greg last year. The same picture I sent him then, the same picture that's there. What can we do as citizens to improve our park? I'll get back with you. Here we are today. So that's when I took it upon myself to go out and purchase. I came to you, Mr. Jackson, and I asked, what can we do? You sent me to Greg. I went to him. We had a conversation. We all met. We said, I was just waiting on that. Feedback from you guys to let me know. That's it.
It's up to them. It's time, but it's up
I
to them.
mean, it's nobody. But along with swing sets, I've also spoken with a local tree farm. They're willing to donate trees for the park. We have no shade canopies out there. Nothing. I took pictures of that also. And I took it to the tree farm supervisor. And I showed it to him. I said, what don't you see? He was looking. There are no trees. What would it take for you to donate the trees to the park? All you gotta do is ask. So if it's that simple, I mean, why couldn't this have been done? We had the ficus trees out there. I did a background check. We had ficus trees that was there. Trees, evergreen type trees that don't grow big roots that will stretch out and mess up the parking lot. So we want something there so who's ever at the park can sit down and relax and they have some shade. So that's already in place. So with the swing set, I guess add the trees too. And when I meet with the representative from the tree farm, I can call you. He say he has some trees he want to show, what you want, where you want them to be placed. I can call you when I meet with them, and we can go together. And let's make it happen. I didn't ask the city for a dime. I'm just a citizen, born and raised, and I want to see our community grow again. It don't need a millionaire to come in and dump money. We can do it ourselves. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Commissioner's comments for the good of the order, and I'll start with Commissioner Scott and work myself to the left.
Okay. Well, I like to put back out there. I like to for the commissioner to pursue a civil lawsuit against former city manager Chandler Williams, Lucas, John Adams, and Greg Thompson for the about $4 million.
And I'd just like to suggest that add that under future agenda items so we can at least vote on proceeding with it versus trying to take a vote here when it's not public notice that we'll be voting on items such as that.
Oh, no, I'd rather just vote on it.
So do we need a second now, or no, we're past that?
We can for him to add that to a future agenda item, we can
Agenda?
do it.
What we gonna talk about? We already talked about it. So I think that we need to, I'd rather just vote on it. I want to add to a future agenda item.
Let me, some of that nature, are we able to?
No, your
Okay.
rules require that you put it
Put it
as a
on the
future
agenda.
agenda item, so you have to
Okay.
pursue it to your rules.
Okay. All right.
Okay, could I get a second? on this?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Scott has suggested that we add to our future agenda item, a lawsuit of any, former staff who was associated with any funding discrepancy that we enter in lawsuit against them. It had been seconded by the Vice Mayor. Call for questions.
What was
We're
that?
moving forward as far as
Putting on the
it
agenda.
being put on the agenda. That's what we're voting on.
What were the names again?
All the former city managers.
Williamson,
Rodney Lucas,
Lucas,
Lu,
Adams,
uh,
just those three.
no, Chandler Williams.
Williamson, Lucas, Adams.
And Thompson.
And Greg
Thompson.
Thompson.
And Thompson.
Yeah.
Call for questions.
So are we gonna we're gonna discuss the basis of it as well in the?
I think what he's done is he put it on the table. Your ordinance calls for just putting it out there, and then you'll discuss it. It will, if you agree that it should be on an agenda you'll discuss it at the next agenda. There's no legislation that will be brought back. You'll just have a discussion about it.
All right.
In addition,
But what I'd like to say though is I'll, just so you all, I'll speak with each one of you because I wouldn't want to be here damaging any case that you are talking about bringing by publicly talking about what the city's position might be. So I will try to have a conversation with everybody prior to the next city commission meeting, and then you can consider it, and I'll probably be somewhat quiet, so.
And another thing that I kind of noticed, I would like to see all city vehicles with the city logo on the side of them. I mean, as soon as possible, as soon as Friday, it'd be good, because it's, you know, when I really used to didn't really pay attention, and I start watching, like, that's a city vehicle? They don't have city logos on the side of them. And in every department, it's like that.
okay. Just want to officially vote on the first one to add on the agenda as far as the lawsuit.
Okay.
No additional question, ready for a vote, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Calvin Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden,
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson,
Yes.
and Mayor Bab.
Yes. Motion passed by unanimous vote. And the next one will be to place on the agenda, discussion of having vehicles that's owned by the city have our logo or our name on it so it can be identified properly. That'll be agenda item. Are there a second?
Second.
Okay. Call for question on that. Ready for a vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson.
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Calvin Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Vice Mayor.
I just want to say good night. Good night. Thank you to everyone that has listened in tonight. Parents, enjoy your summer. School is out. Teachers, enjoy your summer. We're getting a break and relaxing. And I just want to tell everyone thanks for listening in and continue to be a support for the city. And I am 100% in support of us getting a letter written to the superintendent in regards to Ms. Artoria Henley being appointed as the principal of Canal Point. So I would really appreciate if we do can get that letter out and be of a support to her in our community, because she has been moved that school grade to a B, and so she's someone there that has been working hard and deserve it. And so I would really like to see us get that letter written, and so we can give it over to the superintendent and the necessary parties from this commission. Thanks.
Commissioner Bowden. Okay. I just have one quick announcement. I think we all received a email or some type of communication, but Community Partners of South Florida is having a ribbon cutting ceremony on Friday, June 13th at 10 a.m. I'll be bringing greetings on behalf of the city of Pahokee, but they're asking all commissioners, if possible, if you can be there to support that endeavor. I believe that Bridges of Pahokee will also be housed in that particular center. Thank you. Commissioner Mike.
Yes, I just want to thank the citizens, and I want to actually just continue to be patient with us. I think we're moving in the right direction. We probably going through a little bit of growing pains, but I see us moving in the right direction. I just want to ask that we continue to work collaboratively as a commission, as managers, as department heads, along with our citizens to move our city forward. And with that said, we should always look for innovative ways to legally make happen good things that our citizens want to be involved in, and moving our city forward as far as any projects that they might want to do. And we need to do due diligence to make sure that we work to make these things happen. And let's find ways to say yes legally. And just want to thank you all for being patient with us, and I love everybody, and ain't nothing y'all can do about it.
City Commission, having had all business brought before us, taken care of properly, I'll entertain a motion for the adjournment of this meeting.
And also, I just like to emphasize that I was at the meeting, at the focus meeting, and I am in support of LaToya Hendy receiving or being promoted to principal, because one thing, if we look at that school, it's been successful, and you have a person there that already know what it takes and what the model, and have a model that's already in place to move the school forward. And why would we want to interrupt that when we have somebody that has already there that's a part of the success that's going on at that school? So I am in very much support of us writing a letter in support of that.
Yeah, entertain that motion to adjournment.
I move that the meeting is adjourned.
Second. Call for question.
I'm sorry, who's the second? I couldn't,
I'll second.
okay.
Hearing none, you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Calvin Williams? Yes. Mayor Bab?
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden?
Yes.
Commissioner McPherson?
Yes.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned at 10:01 p.m.